Thursday, January 28th, regular meeting of the Fairfield Board of Education is called to order. Present, we have Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Asa, Ms. Jacobson, Mrs. Maxon-Cannelli, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Guernsey, Ms. Pitko, Ms. Rotelli. Anybody? See you all. And I am Christine Vitale, the chair. We're joined by the superintendent as well as our executive directors, as well as some teachers. Thank you all for joining us, and ask you to all please rise for the pledge. Ms. Pitko, will you lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we will go.
Sorry, I'm having internet issues.
Okay, hopefully we won't lose you, Ms. Pitko. I'm sorry that we had to switch this meeting to a virtual meeting at the last minute. I was being extra careful. I have possible exposure to COVID, and until I was tested, I didn't want to risk passing it along to any of you. So I thank you for the quick change in plans, and we'll get to business. So our call-in public comment is on the line. I just ask you to please give your name and address for the record.
Marco, can you call the person by name?
Yes, Roger Schulman. I have requested to unmute. Depending on your device, it might be *6. They're not currently responding, it seems, but they still are on the line.
It looks like they're a call-in.
Yep.
Can you repeat what that person should do to come off mute one more time, please?
I just sent a request for you to be unmuted. Depending on which type of phone you call it from, it would be *6. But you should hear it through your headset. It looks like they hung up the phone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll watch for them to coming back in.
Just for the public, just a reminder, you can still submit public comment on the form on the Board of Ed website that's posted with the agenda. You can also email public comment at fairfieldschools.org. Moving on, approval of revised capital projects, non-recurring projects for 2021-2022. That the Board of Education approve the revised capital projects, non-recurring projects for 2021-2022. Ms. Jacobson, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Papa George and Mr. Cummings, do you have anything to?
Good evening, everyone. So what you're looking at is the revised non-recurring and capital book. It has one new project in it. We were able to take one of the projects out, which was, as you may recall, the relocation of Walter Fitzgerald. And we've moved into that spot a capital project to upgrade the HVAC controls. One project in it. We were able to take one of the projects out, which was Walter Fitzgerald. And we moved this one. Yeah.
Mr. Papa George, we're having trouble hearing you.
Yes.
Yeah, Angela, if you guys could make sure your volumes aren't too loud. anyone with headsets or headphones would be beneficial as well. But if the volume's just a little bit lower, we're getting feedback.
All right, how is that now?
So a little better, yeah. That's I don't hear you guys hearing the echo?
I hear it now. All right, so just to repeat this, so what you have in front of you is the non-recurring capital book that we put out. There was one change made to it, which was the Walter Fitzgerald relocation was removed, and we added to it the HVAC controls back-end upgrade for Ledlow High School. That would be a change made to it, which was the Walter Fitzgerald relocation was removed, and we added to it the HVAC controls back-end upgrade for Ledlow High School. Would it be the Wi-Fi? I don't know if you were able to hear that.
We're hearing it twice. We hear you when you originally say it, and then there's the 10 to 15 second delay, and we hear the entire thing again. That's a new one.
Yes, definitely for me as well.
It seemed that there was a caller for some reason that got unmuted, so I think that should resolve it as well. So let's try again. So I apologize.
Well, they say third time's a charm, so I'll say what you have in front of you is the non-recurring and the capital book that we put out and you voted on a couple meetings back. However, there's been a change to it. That's why it's before you again. The Walter Fitzgerald relocation project has been removed from that, and in its place we put a capital project, which is the Fairfield Ledlow High School HVAC controls, the back-end upgrade to the HVAC control systems. That is the only change in the book in front of you. I don't know if there's any questions about that or any of the other projects in the book.
Any questions? Nope. Seeing none. Motion to approve, that the Board of Education approve the revised capital projects, non-recurring projects for 2021-2022. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Approval of the project's waterfall. That the Board of Education approve the project's waterfall as revised. Mrs. Gerber, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Papa George?
So what you have in front of you is the waterfall chart updated to reflect some new projects and some moving around and some new pricing of projects. I don't know if you'd like me to take the time to go line by line through it. I know a lot of you have already reviewed it and posted questions that we've gotten answers to. Some of the key points to point out on this are the boiler systems that weren't on there previously are now on there. Some of the projects that were on there had we were able to get better pricing on and upgrade those pricings. We also added the roof projects out a bunch of years. They only had the next one or two, but we extended those out. So you have a full 10-year picture at this point of the waterfall schedule for the Board of Education buildings. Again, if you have any specific questions on it, I know a lot were posted and we responded to them.
Does anybody have any questions? Mrs. Kennelly?
I don't have questions. I would like to make a motion to reverse Dwight and Jennings back to their original order.
Do we have a second for that? Ms. Jacobson?
Sorry, I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Okay, Ms. Massacanelli, back to you.
Okay, so that has been the order for as long as I've been on the board, I believe, that Jennings was next in line to be fixed. And if the issue at Dwight has gotten so bad that it needs to be a possible tear down and reversed with Jennings, then I don't see how we could even be waiting 4 years for that and it would seem we need to close the school and relocate those children. If the situation is not of that severe a nature, then the order should stay as it was and allow Jennings its renovation, which it has long been waiting for, and also as the final school that has a portable for us to get rid of and finally be done with them. So I don't know if Mr. Papageorge wants to speak to that point, but I am keenly interested in getting the Jennings renovation done as that community has been expecting and promised for years.
So we did reverse the two projects, and some of the key points for doing so is, as I mentioned in the questions, we are not at the point where we have to look at closing Dwight and relocating students, but there are some ongoing concerns up there that we've continuously monitor, and we continuously make repairs as needed to. So that's why the original thought came up about Dwight being moved ahead of Jennings. The other part of the Jennings project was that my understanding was that the board was looking at Jennings as a school and possibilities and other things, along with possibly when they start looking at redistricting. Jennings was talked about way back in the early fall of last year. So another reason we didn't want to go and do a renovation on a school that's going to come up in discussion again down the road.
But to that point, Mr. Papageorge, as it is, it was getting moved to 2025, correct?
The site itself, yes.
Right. So even in its position as first before Dwight, as it's been for a decade, that still might not have been soon enough for some of the things that we were talking about in that other lifetime when we were talking about possible redistricting ideas. So to not only not be doing it till 2025, but now to not even be doing it till 2027 actually greatly impedes some possible ideas for that site. And just to be clear to the listening public, there are no plans of anything other than Jennings School as is. It was only a theoretical discussion. But to not only, as I said, after they have waited for a long time for their renovation, to put it off even further for a school where you are being able to make do with patchwork. And again, obviously it needs to be addressed. I am not in any way putting off the situation at Dwight, except that both of these are actually getting pushed farther back on the waterfall than their original position. So if it's possible that it can be pushed off anyway, then I do not want to see them reversed. It's not fair to the Jennings community. We have not made the case for that.
Oh, okay, I understand your concerns. One thing to keep in mind is that the waterfall chart, as we know, is a live document. And as placeholders in there, we can, if things come up or decisions by the board are made, we can make adjustments to the years by moving projects around to make them fit within the town's debt services that they would like to stay under. So even though we're calling them as placeholders on the years, if there was a need to move them back or forwards, we could do that as long as we're not going in. We would have to make adjustments so that we're not piling 1 year higher than the next year. So there is room for movement. They are, I don't want to call them all placeholders, but they do hold the place and they are movable on the live document.
And likewise to that point, if we reverse them back to their original order and something goes terribly south at Dwight, such that it is now of an emergency stature, that's also a different discussion. And then the argument would be made, no, this is urgent and must be done post haste.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Yes.
Any other comments? Ms. Jacobson, you seconded. Do you have anything to add? Ms. Mexicanelli, I appreciate your pointing out that we did switch the order. I do just want to, as a former Dwight family, of course, once a Dwight family, always a Dwight family. Dwight has been waiting for a renovation for a very long time as well. And I think that the reason why we discussed this in Finance Committee a little bit is just the amount of money that we're spending on maintenance at Dwight is significantly higher than Jennings, so it is somewhat of a cost avoidance as well. Just looking, that there seems like the need is there, which is why the order was reversed. I don't know if anybody else has any questions or comments on that. Okay, can we vote on Ms. Maxincanelli's amendment to switch the order? All in favor? Ms. Maxincanelli? All opposed? Mr. Asa, Ms. Fratelli, Ms. Guernsey, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Picco, Mrs. Gerber, Ms. Jacobson, Mrs. Vitale. Motion fails. 8-1. I mean, 1-8. Any other questions on the waterfall? Ms. Jacobson?
Mr. Papa George, I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to look if it was updated or not. But in our Q&A document, you said that the Burr and TMS boilers that weren't on the waterfall, are they now on it?
They are.
Okay, thank you so much. And Osborne Hill is not on it at all, and either is the second Mill Hill, which is the twin to Mill Hill. As we know, recently failed and we had to replace. So I'm not making a motion to amend this. I mean, at this point, guys, but these Osborne Hill and Mill Hill are not on here at this point, and this is a 10-year waterfall. So just making the point that it may be something that needs to come on because they end up being unbudgeted emergency repairs sometimes. So just an awareness of that. And I just wanted to confirm that Tomlinson and Burr were added. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll take it to the board. That the Board of Education approve projects waterfall as revised. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. New business, adoption of recommended budget for 2021-2022 fiscal year, that the Board of Education approved an operating budget in the amount of, I don't have the number in front of me. Ms. Munsell, can you give me the number? Do you have it handy? Hold on. $194,316,444. Can I have a motion? Mrs. Gerber, second by Mr. Asa. Mr. Cummings, do you have any opening remarks that you would like to share with us?
Thank you. I'm going to tell everybody to shut off their volume first. Okay. Thank you for that opportunity. I would just welcome the board's input. I appreciate all the questions as we've gone through the process. There's been a lot of a great also exchange of ideas, which we much appreciate from the executive directors. Before we go further, I want to thank all the folks who contributed to the budget, the building administrators, as well as our central office staff, and certainly the work of the executive directors over the past 3 weeks to be responsive to the board's questions. And at this point, we're eager to begin the dialogue with the board members around the final stages of this.
Take it to the board for discussion. Mrs. Maxincanelli?
Yes, thank you. So I would like to make a group motion to reduce the following items by the following dollar amount. Wage and benefit, $27,487. The 0.5 communications director, $66,990. Legal fees in the amount of $30,000. Transportation in the amount of $44,965. The Fairfield Ludlow High School parking lot by Webster House, $47,332. The communication audit of $23,249, and publications research by $2,150.
Can I have a second? Mr. Peterson? Ms. Maxicanelli, the motion is yours, so you will have the first opportunity to speak to this.
I think most of us have spoken to the variety of items. I don't think anything on here is a surprise. There's just one item I would like to speak to, which is that communications audit. Sensing the tenor of the board, I didn't think it was going to last, but I would like to say I would have liked to have kept this in so that it could go to the town board of selectmen, and that they could possibly have the conversation about adding it to their budget as well and collaborating on that. But I think it's best put off. I think that we need to have that conversation and look to add it next year.
Thank you, Mrs. Maxicanelli, for that. Mr. Asa?
Yes, and I just, I support this motion, but just if we could, for clarity and for the public to understand that there are a couple items in here like the wages and benefits and the transportation. If Mr. Cummings or Ms. Munzel could just speak to how those came about.
Do that.
Yes, the wage and benefit calculation was the SE trainer contract had recently settled since the budget book was printed. So we recalculated and made that adjustment for wage and in the wage and benefit. Transportation, there was a calculation error that we found that corrects. That's the explanation.
Okay, so those two items and the legal fees line, which we discussed at the last meeting, are all things that were in the budget book that were ultimately corrected, and that's where that money was found.
Correct.
Thank you.
The sped trainers was just updated information that we settled after the budget book was built and approved. Any further comments or discussion on this? Just for the public, Mr. Asa?
Well, just wanted to note and confirm that the total for this group reduction is $242,173.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mansell. Thank you, Mr. Asa. And just for the public, this motion was built out of collaboration between the superintendent, the vice chair, board secretary, myself, board leadership, in consultation with our caucuses. Many of these items had been discussed at our previous two budget review meetings. There seemed to be consensus on this, which is why we grouped them and moved them forward. Typically, in past years, when we were making budget adjustments, amendments were put forward where there would be often a reduction and then a corresponding addition. This year, we're going to try to just handle some of the reductions that we know we all agreed upon first. So that is why we grouped them together. Moving on, does anybody have any other questions or suggestions for this budget?
We have to vote on this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, motion to approve the amended, waive the reading?
Waive the reading.
Unanimous consent to waive the reading. Motion to approve Mrs. Maxicanelli's amendment. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Do we have any other amendments to the proposed budget? Mrs. Maxicanelli.
Thank you. Hold on, I just have to pull it up. I'd like glasses. I'd like to make a motion to reduce the budget by $25,000 for the high school STAR assessment, and to add $25,000 for an SEL needs assessment.
Can I have a second for that motion, please? Ms. Jacobson? Ms. Maxicanelli, the motion is yours, so the floor is yours.
Yeah. So I'd like to speak to the reduction is that I reached out to Mr. Cummings, just to raise the point that given that so many of our students in high school are meeting graduation requirements via the 9th grade PSAT, that the STAR testing in high school for the vast majority is at that point redundant and unnecessary. And quite frankly, a good deal more elementary than the work of the PSAT. And that just seemed, one, standardized tests that we could reduce, and that this was a responsible dollar amount to reduce that line item by.
Mr. Cummings, do you have anything to add to that, or? Mr. Cummings?
You're muted, Mr. Cummings.
I'm sorry, there's just too many controls on this computer. We did review this item in central offices this morning. We do believe that, as Ms. Maxon-Kelly pointed out, there will be some need for some STAR assessment at the high school level to remain for things like SRBI interventions and for certain student needs. But the dollar amount that is being proposed will still provide for that. And we believe that this is the right thing to do for the reduction in the STAR assessment.
Thank you. Does anybody, Ms. Jacobson, you seconded the motion, so you have the second chance to speak to this.
Hi, Jennifer Jacobson. Yes. So I'm going to support the motion to reduce the STAR assessment at high school by $25,000 and make a motion to reallocate that to contracted services. After our last meeting, everyone, I reached out to Mr. Cummings early the next morning and felt that somewhat of the process that we've been going through for a time felt to me like an opportunity for the district to engage in the process of a comprehensive social emotional learning needs assessment. And we all know for many years that as our students are seeing increased needs in these areas, that we have built programming in to support special education students and just students in general. However, this is done on an annual basis of what we can get in and what we can support, what we can fund. And I felt at this time that if Mr. Cummings felt it was appropriate, that we engage in a process to somewhat get our arms around this a little bit better, to gather data about what really is the need. We know there's need, but to get more specific information around that in a comprehensive way, to identify long-term and short-term goals of our social emotional learning programs, and to evaluate everything that we have done, to look at the opportunities of where those programs that we have invested in have moved the needle, served our students well, and be able to identify any cost offsets that have benefited from that, but also an evaluation to see, well, maybe what's not working so well and what maybe is not being so effective, and to reassess those. So my motion here is to reallocate Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly's $25,000 from program assessment to a contracted services that would go towards really providing the administration an opportunity, our district, us, and the town in general to get a handle and understanding of where we need to go in the short term and long term. This also would benefit informing the district improvement plan that we're about to engage in for the next 5 years. And it also would inform some of the equity work that we're talking about as well in several ways. Mr. Cummings did support it, and that's why I'm bringing it forward to you. I wouldn't have done it without his input. And this is the amount that he feels that we could get this done. So I'm happy to entertain any questions on what you may have on this, but feel that it's important for us to take a look at this in a deeper way.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Mr. Cummings, I don't know if you have anything to add before we bring it to the board for questions or comments. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
All right. As I said at the beginning of the discussion tonight, the ability of the board and the administration to engage in this type of dialogue is extremely important, and I appreciate very much Ms. Jacobson reaching out. When she first brought the idea to me, I wanted to then go talk to Mr. Mancusi about it, as he oversees many of these programs. He did agree with me that this would be a vital step forward for the board in linking our different SEL programs, and to Ms. Jacobson's point, identifying what is working, what can be improved, and what really might want to be replaced with something else. Obviously our goals are the continued improvement of social and emotional supports for our students, but there's always a goal to make sure that when we're spending our money well. So we are the administration is in full support of this initiative, and we believe it will better us.
Thank you. Ms. Pitko?
I'm excited that this is being included, and I know we've talked about it a few times at the board table. This year's goals in the way of evaluating the school districts and the teachers has been creating goals on social emotional learning. I can't imagine that won't change for next year. So this will only help drive the teachers and the students to make their own social emotional learning goals. And I have, in my own district, been a part of the group that's working on this. And I can only see us continuing this for years to come.
Thank you, Ms. Pitko. Ms. Rotelli?
Hi. I just wanted to say, I know I spoke with Ms. Jacobson online about this, and I couldn't agree more. I think this is a great idea, and especially given all of the needs we've heard about, especially from Tuesday's meeting with the increased anxiety in our kids, really getting our heads around what we need to do moving forward and what works and doesn't work will only help us. So I'm in support.
Thank you. Ms. Maxicano, did you have your hand up?
Yes, because the one thing I didn't have time to follow, I knew that Mr. Cummings was in support, but and I am completely in support of this. I obviously made the motion, but and I love the idea of this, but I do want to clarify exactly what we can expect to gain from this. The part that seems obvious to me is that it will be looking programmatically at how we will be addressing SEL needs. I understand that. But part of it, and this kind of began to percolate up as part of a conversation at our last meeting, will it in any way be looking at systematically how are we contributing to the growth of the issue? Is that part of what we can expect to have out of this? Or is that, in other words, we keep treating an issue, why can't we try to manage to stop causing it, or whatever role we play? I'll give an easy example. If the lack of a second recess, an actual legit unstructured playtime recess is identified as a contributing factor, that would give us something proactively to go after to prevent there even being a need for a service. So this assessment, is it really just looking to address the problem, or is it anyway looking at the causes of the problem in the first place?
Do you want me to speak to that, Jen?
Well, I wanted Mr. Cummings to speak to it just in terms of what he would expect to be arranging for in contracted services.
I would say that as we go forward, that can be certainly part of the goals we develop for, essentially what's going to be crafted around an RFP to see contracts for this. I think that Ms. Jacobson has identified some of the goals. We can expand or work on those with the board. I think we should also be working with our staff to identify where they're seeing the issues and what, again, kind of to where we think some of the causes may be or some of the issues might be. So I think that all depends on how we write the RFP, and we're certainly open to it.
Just follow up. I mean, at least in the other, in the upper grades, not so much elementary, so it wouldn't contribute. But remember, we did approve the student survey, the relationship survey, that will give us some indicators on the upper grades, at least from 7 to 12. That's not elementary, obviously, but you can, kind of discern some information from that too, Jen, that might help inform some of what you're talking about here. And there's certainly other data points that we can be driving to that we have already. The climate surveys, there's other things that we can do. So I think that it's a well-made point, and we do have some existing things that might be helpful to address what you're mentioning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to ask a question regarding the money. I support the idea of this, absolutely. But I know over the years we've seen what assessments and whatnot can cost. And I just want to know basically for sure what the level of confidence is that this $25,000 is going to be enough to meet your goals here. Because I don't want to be talking about this next fiscal year and saying that it's going to cost $10,000, $15,000 more. So if someone could just speak to the level of confidence on this number.
Thank you, Mr. Asa. Mr. Mancusi and I think combined have 1,000 years of experience, and we kind of did base our estimate on our previous understandings of special education and other types of needs assessments. As you know, within the last 3 years, the special ed department conducted a needs assessment on staffing. We don't see, and we kind of use that as a figure. We don't see this as extensive of that because that was a system-wide audit, essentially of many staff members in different departments. So we, again, based on our experience, we felt that this was a comfortable number.
Well, one, you're not that old, and two, I appreciate that because it seemed like a low number to me. So I'll hold you to that number, and I appreciate that effort and that insight.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will also be supporting this. Ms. Jacobson, I thank you for bringing this forward to the superintendent. I think it is absolutely worthwhile, especially now, especially as we're also talking about adding social work. I think this information will help guide their work as well. So thank you. And with that, we will bring it to the board for a vote. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Okay, moving on. Does anybody else have any suggested amendments to the budget? Mr. Asa.
I'm going to have a few tonight, so I'll go with my first one and then let someone else go.
Okay.
The first one I'd like to put forward, I apologize in advance to Mr. Papa George on this, but I'm going to be proposing a motion on a newly proposed position that we need to hold on, in my opinion. And the motion is going to be to reduce the superintendent's proposed budget by $72,915, which is salary and benefits for the proposed new custodial 1.0 FTE shared between Walter Fitzgerald and Holland Hill.
Can I have a second to that motion? Mrs. Gerber. Any questions or discussion?
No, I would just like to say that this is not something that I'm opposed to, but in our current economic situation in the state, country, and town, I don't think this is a position that we should be moving forward at this time.
Any other questions or comments to this? Mr. Asa, I agree, and I think that there was an increase for the communications director in the first motion that we made, and I think that not moving forward with increasing that to a full-time position was made in the same vein, just being appreciative of the economic climate and not at all for the work that was done and for the need for increased communication within this district. That is something that I would also like to see move forward, hopefully within the next year. And as we said, we just need to get through these COVID times, hopefully soon. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll take this to the board for a vote. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Does anyone else have any suggested adjustments to the budget? Mr. Peterson.
Hi, thank you, Jeff Peterson. I have one small and complicated one and one that may require some discussion. I'll start with the small and complicated one first. I'd like to introduce a motion to reduce the 2021-22 budget by $11,911 and set to zero the increases in printing and copying on object 327 lines 12, 14, 16, 30, 32, 41, 43, 60, and 67.
Mr. Asa,
I believe I sent that to you in advance, Ms. Vidali.
You did. Mr. Asa?
I second.
Seconds? Mr. Peterson, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yeah, very briefly, I'm not going to cover all the ground that I covered the other night. This is the sum total of all of the increases for copying at buildings through the district. The net is actually only $2,000 net across the district, but all of those schools that I listed had increases, some fairly large, that totaled $11,911. I'll just say that in 2021, I think that this is not a line that we should ever be seeing an increase in for any facility. I understand that Mr. Cummings said that this may have some, questions about how this is used in instruction. We have plenty of time to figure that out. But again, I find this to be unnecessary.
Mr. Asa, you seconded. Would you like to give color to that?
I have no comment on the motion.
Board, does anybody else? Ms. Jacobson?
Can Mr. Cummings please to this impact? I have a little bit of a concern about this if it's instructional. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. Just especially in elementary and whatnot, I know there's some concern about more screen time and how much they've gotten this year. So the importance of tactile and kinesthetic learning, especially at that level. So I'm just overall, do you have an comment on why the increases were there in the first place and how you feel about this reduction?
Oh, Marco. Okay. Thank you. I would say that, in our examination of the reason for the increases, Ms. Mansell provided an explanation that essentially is how we're now monitoring the copying in the district. So I think that's essentially what's driving those changes at those particular sites. From an instructional point of view, having led an initiative in my prior district to reduce copying and the use of paper, I'm very sympathetic to what Mr. Peterson is trying to do, and I, in general purpose, agree with him. My only concern would be, it's to use a perhaps inappropriate analogy. We're going to have to put a building on a paper diet, and that's something that will take a number of people. Given the size of some of our staff, everybody has to take part of that. So I think it's a matter of choice and forethought in the things that we do decide to copy, because there are things that do need to be, there are students who are going to be doing better reading something on a piece of paper, for example, than they're necessarily going to read it on a screen. And so I think there's going to be, like so many things, some deliberativeness in when we move forward, if this motion is adopted, around what we copy and who we copy it for. So that's my concern with this.
Any other? Ms. Maxon-Canelli?
I was just trying to find Ms. Munsell's answer, because my recollection had been that this was her explanation of the copy funds in general was regarding how we were doing lease and the per use way that we were doing charges. And so that this was not an indication of increased use, but a different way of budgeting it and indicating the budget. That was my recollection. And so I completely honor the spirit with which Mr. Peterson puts this forward. I won't be supporting it, one, because I can't find that language, but I really thought it was just a how we budget it means. But secondly, the last thing I really want to do is send a signal to the staff that I'm okay with the amount of time our kids have been on screens. I'm just not. So I promise you, every screen that is open in the classroom, as we do a full return next year, there are other tabs that are open and our students are distracted. And the more we can keep our kids on paper, the better. That's not to say that I don't want there are a lot of things that we can do better or can do just as well on the screens in controlled environments. But the thought of really sending that out as a message, I just have a difficult time supporting, especially because I'm not quite sure what this kind of a cut will look like. So it could turn out that next year, if this motion doesn't pass, that is the amount that gets reduced anyway by natural attrition. But I would prefer to see it as a function of natural attrition as opposed to a copy diet.
We can have Ms. Mansell, would you want to speak to this?
Yes, it was a difference in how we budget for the, for copying the leases and the click charges. It was done on a per pupil basis before. Also, I want to mention that we have a number of copiers that the lease is up in November of 21. So I caution you that, you know, we don't know what that contract renewal is going to, a new contract is going to bring. So I'm a little concerned about this.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. I will also, in the spirit of Ms. Maxicanelli's comments, I'm hesitant to move forward on this right now, so I will not be supporting this motion. Mr. Peterson, I do thank you for bringing it forward. I think it's important that we stress our need to be cognizant of being more efficient where we can with something like copying. And I hope that we take a closer look at this, you know, next year, and we have somewhat put the staff on notice that they, we're not putting them on the diet. Hopefully they will take it upon themselves this year to put themselves on a diet. Seeing no other questions or comments, Mr. Peterson, sorry.
I just want to apologize for having been unmuted before, but I appreciate that. And I think if the message gets out that we should be looking at our usage, that I would be fine with that.
Okay, thank you. We'll take it to the board for a vote. All in favor? Mr. Peterson, Mr. Asa, Mr. Otelli, Ms. Pitko. All opposed? Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Guernsey, Mrs. Maxicanelli, Mrs. Gerber, Mrs. Vitale. Motion fails. Okay, moving on. Does anybody else have any adjustments to the budget? And I know, you know, we, in our discussions, the big talking point was really art and social work. And I know there was a lot of concerns and discussion about that. We are deliberately saving that to the end just because of the nature of the discussion. So if anybody thinks that they have a straightforward type motion that they would like to discuss with the board, I would ask that you bring that forward at this point.
Mr. Peterson did have a second one. He did raise his hand, but it looks like he's having internet issues.
Mr. Asa, do you have anything else? You mentioned
I can go. Yeah, while we wait for him, I can go with my next one. Bear with me 1 second so I can just pull up the language. So my next motion is rooted in trying to keep our expenses in check and sticking with the theme of that was enacted a few years ago of working with what we had with the per pupil expenditure in the school allocations. I understand Mr. Cummings wanted to restore those in this budget to what they were a few years ago. I am not prepared to do that at this time. Again, echoing what I said before, I don't think right now is the right time to be adding to our baseline budget. And for that reason, I'm going to make a motion to reduce the superintendent's proposed budget by $174,790 for school allocations, keeping it level with the current fiscal year.
Can I have a second for that motion? Ms. Pitko? Ms. Pitko, you seconded. Do you have anything you would like to add? Or Mr. Asa, do you have anything else you would want to?
No, I turn the floor over.
Okay, Ms. Pitko?
I seconded this motion for a few reasons. Mostly, I think that we need to systemically look at our district and where can we make efficiencies? Where can things work better? There's a few other ways that I ask questions in the document, but this seems like the year to do this one, and so that's why I'm supporting it.
Any other questions or comments? Mrs. Maxicanelli?
I will admit I'm torn, and I hear what Mr. Asa is saying, and I think it's a good point. But I believe the reason the way I'm leaning right now is to not support this motion, and it's for one reason. This is the one place where we have, never mind the fact that on page 10 of our spreadsheets, you know, there's a lot there to me that's rather compelling, that as we're, you know, having them on this strict diet that they've been on in the schools, there are a few things there that I find a little bit embarrassing that Fairfield Public Schools are having to ask of their staff and administration. But I supported it, so I'm not going to go back on anything like that. However, this is where we've got some flexibility for administration with COVID costs that we cannot anticipate at this point in time. The use of more lunch aids is one thing that is chief in my mind as Mr. Cummings and all of his staff have been working to wrestle with lunch, and we don't know what's happening next year. This school allocation could give a principal some flexibility, and that could be on a building by building basis. And so that's one of the reasons where I'm not feeling comfortable with reducing this, with just how much that hamstrings our building administrators.
Ms. Jacobson.
Thank you, Jen Jacobson. In similar vein to Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Asa, I appreciate your motion and the intent behind it. I feel the same way that this per pupil allocation, as I'm sure most people on this board know, has been a source of frustration for me. It's been an area that cumulatively over time has been reduced, and that adds up. We all remember the scraping of the icing conversation a couple of years ago. So besides that, though, for this year, the things that go into this per pupil allocation are things like furniture and nursing supplies and lunch aids and the things that we all know we could possibly need next year that, or a school may need. Never mind all the things that really are the benefits to kids in all of our schools, like the commencements and the sports and the music. And those activities and the drama, there are a lot of things that go into this allocation. And it's when you break it down by school and by student, it really isn't that much money for a whole year. You're talking about $120, $130 per kid for an entire school year. So I appreciate the motion, Mr. Asa, but I won't be supporting it this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Mr. Asa?
Ms. Pitko, I know you had your hand up, but if you don't mind, I would just like to piggyback off those two comments. I understand the sentiment behind it, but let's get real here. It is what I want to say with regards to lunch aids and going back to school next year. If the district felt that we had a need for lunch aids, then that I don't believe should be on a building by building basis for principals to pull out of this fund. It should be something that we should plan for and budget for as an item. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't plan for something like that. I just don't believe fundamentally that it should be coming here, because if we're going to be doing that, then it's got to be equitable through all the schools. And I don't really want each school doing it differently. So that was my only comment to that.
Thank you. Ms. Guernsey, Ms. Pickle, before I go back to you, Ms. Guernsey had her hand up. I'm sorry. Ms. Guernsey?
So just quickly, I wanted to thank Mr. Asa for this motion, because I think it's something that is definitely worth looking at carefully. And, you know, at our last meeting, I asked some questions about the planning document, and in conversations with Mr. Cummings, it became clear that, you know, there are a lot of variables that we can't control. And this actually, I think is important to keep, because it does give us that flexibility to address some small concerns should they arise, in addition to, you know, the ongoing per pupil needs. So to me, this is important, and especially important for the upcoming year. So I will not be supporting that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else? Ms. Pickle, sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Asa actually inadvertently jumped on what I was going to say. Part of the questions that I was asking when it came to this on Tuesday and in our documents happened to be on lunch aids. Not every elementary school even asked for lunch aids to be budgeted. There were a number of things, and that really made me think about how these funds are being spent. I'm sorry, this year, this is going to be a tough year. So I support Mr. Asa's motion.
Thank you. Any other board members want to give comment? Mr. Cummings, I see we have our head principals on the line. I don't know if any of the administrators want to just give some additional information on how they foresee using these funds in the coming year.
You got it off? We're getting there. I would say that, yes, we can invite one of the principals to talk, but I would say this. I think that the principals, since this cut has been made, I've heard from the principals each year that it becomes more and more difficult to meet the needs of their building. You have some specific examples in the documents, the Q&A that we've provided you over the last couple of weeks. I think also what I would add to that is this is the most direct way in our budget to support teachers and students. It's really it's a direct from the building to the classroom, and each building, as already been pointed out this evening, has some unique needs, but this allows buildings to make some decisions to fit the needs of those kids, whether it's a specific reading interest or additional supports that students might need. It also provides a level of equity across the district because, as been pointed out, sometimes when a building falls short, a PTA can step in and support, but not all of our buildings have that as a resource. So, we're only returning to a level that was 3 years old, and I think that I would not disagree that the way we fund and the way we look at that bears a deeper look. But we have a purchasing process in place. All POs are overseen and approved by those of us in central office. So we can say that money is not being spent unwisely, but it is being spent wisely on kids. So that's our support. That's our reason to put the money back and to support this funding in full.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. And I didn't mean to put the head principals on the spot, but I just did want to give you an opportunity if there's anything else, going into a return to school next year that you would want to speak to. And if, Mr. Cavanagh, I see you unmuting.
Sure. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Cummings really articulated that very well. And what it does, it gives Mr. Hattis and myself really the opportunity to support our school's specific needs in a very direct way. So, for example, going through the budgeting process, we spend a lot of time with our department liaisons, our department heads, the program directors to really form budget requests. And these requests are specifically go from the classroom. So this, funds are utilized for whether it's textbook material, whether it's materials for arts classes, whether it's athletic budgets. And a lot of time is and should be used to really make sure that these funds are allocated specifically to help kids. And it gives our ability, Mr. Hattis and myself and all the principals, the opportunity to fill needs as they arise and to support needs to make sure that that we're able to support our buildings and the specific students. So I would just echo it really does give the building the opportunity to support the students directly.
Thank you, Mr. Cavanagh. Mr. Hatsis?
Thank you. I would just add to Mr. Cavanagh's comments that in light of what our teachers and students have been through in the last 10 months, there has been a real reduction in the opportunities, especially in our elective areas, for students to be able to engage in a lot of the hands-on activities that they normally would have, such as, and that extends to science as well in terms of laboratories. So what I know is that everyone is looking forward to next year, when I'm being optimistic that we're all back to normal and we can resume many of the activities, the hands-on activities that require resources, that require materials, and I think that our kids deserve that, and the budget, the allocation really does help us support that in particular. So that was just what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hatsis. Mr. Peterson, I think you had your hand up.
I may be in two places here. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
I'm leaving one device and moving on to another.
Ooh.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize for the awkwardness. I just want to say I will be supporting this motion. Interestingly enough, kind of based on something that Mrs. Jacobson said, we were all at the table. Most of us were at the table a few years ago when these cuts were made. I'm talking about the icing on the wax paper. I thought that was an efficiency. At the time, you may recall the building head principals, headmasters at the time, came to us with a list of ideas that we felt were good ideas, or at least some of us felt were good ideas. So I am in favor of living within one's means, and I do take the point that there are always unanticipated expenses, but I think that it is reasonable for us to ask for them to live in the same level of budget that they have been for these past couple of years.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other questions or comments before we take it to the board for a vote? All in favor? Mr. Asa, Ms. Rotelli, Ms. Pitko, Mr. Peterson. All opposed? Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Maxon Kennelly, Mrs. Gerber, Ms. Guernsey, Ms. Vitale. Motion fails. 4-5. Moving on. Any other amendments? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. I'm gonna make a motion that I know may need to be amended as we have this discussion, but I want to address the bus disinfecting line. So the motion that I'm going to make is to reduce the 2021-22 superintendent's proposed budget by $89,198 and set the total amount of student transportation, object 317, to $9,747,156, with the understanding that the bus disinfecting will be eliminated.
Can I have a second for that? Mr. Asa? Mr. Asa, do you have anything that you would like to add as a second to this? Mr. Peterson, do you have anything else that you would like to,
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Peterson go.
No, again, I'm not going to retread everything that I said the other night. My understanding from my read of the literature is that a deep clean is not going to be necessary. And I understand this was added as a precautionary measure, but I think, given the months that have intervened, I think our knowledge has improved somewhat. And from what I understand, there is no specific guidance about disinfecting buses. But I'm open to hear any counterpoints to that.
Mr. Asa.
Yeah, so I would say on this one, I think if we look back to when this COVID all started, and we actually did talk about buses and assigned seats and having the windows down and everything else that went along with it. We were at a point in the pandemic where there was a lot more unknowns. And to Mr. Peterson's point, I do agree that the latest guidance does point to an issue more with the air quality and transmission through air and droplets than on the surfaces. And do I think, basically, I have a couple questions. One, this $89,000, is that, have we or are we spending a similar dollar amount on a per day basis currently? My first question.
Mr. Cummings, I don't know.
Yes.
Ms. Mansell? Do you want to take this?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and do we have a breakdown of what that, how many buses do we have in the district running?
81.
Okay, and that's how many?
81 plus special ed out of district vehicles.
Okay, so that 81, is that 81 runs or 81 buses times 3 runs in the morning, 3 runs in the afternoon, or however it's broken down?
It's 81 buses.
Okay. So are those cleaned currently in between each route of different levels or once a day?
Once a day.
Okay, so that right there makes me think that it's not an effective method, because if we're not doing it in between each route, then what's the difference of doing it at the end of the day when it's going to sit overnight? So I do have a concern there. And what is the, I guess, what would you say the daily cost is for this then with the 80-something buses? I'm assuming we're focusing on the 80-something buses, not the sped transportation. That's separate, correct?
That's separate, yeah.
Okay, so what are we
I
spending
mean,
a day?
it's within this number, but, and the pricing varies a little bit on that.
Okay, and could you explain what are we getting for that money? What is happening? What's the process?
They are disinfecting once a day at the end of the day, and they are wiping down high-touch areas in between routes.
Okay, when you say disinfecting, we're using like a backpack sprayer or a wipe on the seat. Like what? Can you just elaborate on exactly what's being done?
Do you know? I think Mr. Papa George can explain that better.
Mr. Papa George?
So it's my understanding, as Ms. Munsell said, between the bus runs, they're using a disinfecting wipe and doing all the high touch points, railings, back of seats where the students walk and touch. At the end of the day, they're doing a mist, which is kind of almost, if you would compare it to almost like your lawn mister, backpack sprayer type thing, where they mist the entire bus and allow the disinfectant to sit on the surface and disinfect and kill all the germs and bacteria on the bus.
Okay, so it sounds unfortunately like my question isn't necessarily being answered with 100% confidence. Do we have the transportation director here to answer that? Or because you just said that it's being done in between each run, and Ms. Munzell said that it's being done once a day. So I would like to see if we can get some clarity on that. Because if I'm going to approve $89,000 or take $89,000 out, I want to know exactly what I'm doing.
No, they're not misting between the runs. They're wiping the high touch points, such as the railing between the runs. The misting and the disinfecting, full disinfecting, is coming at the end of each day.
Okay, and who's doing that?
First student.
Okay, so are we supplying them, or they're buying their materials and then billing us for it?
It's included in the price. We do not supply the materials.
It's included in what price?
What is it, the 89,000?
No, but what I asked is, are they buying their own materials, or are we sourcing and buying these and making sure that we're getting the best possible price and best possible product, or are we just simply relying on First Student and paying the bill?
We are relying on First Student. When this first started, however, that we did ask them to submit to us the products they would be using to do the bus cleaning, and we did investigate them.
Okay, so the products they are using is a mist spray and a disposable wipe.
Yes.
Okay, now my next question is, what can we do that is safe but cheaper? What are our options?
I don't know option-wise what we could do. I could tell you that prior to COVID, what we were doing was they were, at the end of a day, they were sweeping the buses and removing the garbage. And twice a year, they were cleaning the outside of the bus, and once a year, they were fully cleaning the inside of the buses.
Okay, well, I do have a little issue because we did ask at the last meeting if we could get an explanation of what's being done and what are some alternative methods that could save us some money. So we didn't do that. We didn't look into that.
Ms. Mansell's shaking her head, yes. I don't know.
Okay, can she provide that information then? Because what I'm getting at is I'm open to funding something, but if we can be more efficient and use a less cost process and get by with some level of confidence that it's doing something, then I can get on board with supporting that. But just throwing $89,000 at a process that I really am not being able to get a clear picture of, I have a problem with.
Does anybody, Ms. Mansell, I don't know if anybody has anything additional to add to this.
We'll wait until somebody wants to
Mr.
answer or get
Stevenson
the.
has his hand up, so I will let him make a comment while.
I just want to echo what Mr. Asa said. I'm not set at ripping this out. I was hoping that we would have alternatives here. I do understand the importance of disinfecting high touch surfaces and such. But again, I'm not sure I see the need for a full the full service. So any alternative to this, I'm certainly prepared to entertain an amendment to my amendment.
Mr. Cummings or Ms. Mansell? I don't know if there's, I mean, I did a little research of myself. I couldn't tell if First Student seems to have their own cleaning protocol that they do just company-wide, that this is their protocol. I don't know. I would be interested to know if they would do something other than the protocol that they have in place, the service that they offer for disinfecting. I don't know if it's, if you want your buses disinfected, this is the cost for us to do it for you, or if there's any flexibility that we have right now without reopening up the contract.
Mike Cummings, Superintendent, it's our understanding that this is the protocol they offer. If we wanted to pursue something else, if we wanted to say take the mister out and just simply, to wipe down the high touch surfaces, we've not been able to get a price estimate for that. I think one of our cautions with this estimate, and it's been a caution since the very beginning, is this is a fee for the entire year. And certainly it is our hope. Certainly we do not have the foresight to know this, but it is our hope that we would not be spending this throughout the entire year. That at some point this protocol would come to an end in the 21-22 school year. So I know, unless Mr. Mansell, Mr. Pop, have anything else? No, that's where we are.
Mr. Asa?
I'm just thinking of my own son's bus, which is now packed, and pulls up in the morning and the windows are all fogged up. And look, it's winter, the heat's on, whatever. I'm more worried about the air circulating than I am with all of these kids on the bus. Someone's got to tell me, if I'm going to support spending almost $90,000, that this is a proven, effective mitigation strategy. We know masks are, right? We do that in schools, hands down. We know hand washing, hand sanitizers, all those things. But is this disinfecting a proven mitigation method?
The correspondence that our health department has had with the state DPH, particularly the environmental epidemiologist, has been that really what needs to happen is the wiping down of the high touch areas. There's been no mention of any of these misting, that a Clorox type wipe on the bars, the handlebars going out, and the backs of the seats as kids move down the aisles, those particular areas where they put their hands as they walk, those are the areas that really just need to be addressed. Mr. Peterson, Mr. Asa, you both raised issues around the fact that, there'd be an expectation that this would happen between every run. And not, because at the end of the day, its effectiveness would be limited. But that is our understanding, that they are doing this at the end of every run, between each run, doing that, and then the misting happens at night. We don't have a price variable if we take the misting out. But again, it's First Students' understanding or contention to our understanding that they want to do both.
Okay, so I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but I have a little issue that we don't have answers for these questions, and our transportation director isn't on the call here to address it, because I would think he is the one that should be charged with finding out from First Student who is doing this, what is being done, is it being done? I mean, we know hypothetically what should be done, right? But if the answer is that these conversations haven't been had, then I'm just at a loss here.
Mr. Peterson?
Again, I'm in complete agreement with Mr. Asa on this point. This is not a small expense, and I had hoped that we would get more color on this from Tuesday. I understand that the schedules are tight here. In any event, Mr. Cummings, one thing that you mentioned, are we paying this literally on a day-by-day or week-by-week basis? if we find over the course of the year that it is no longer necessary, will we be able to cease this protocol without expending the entire $89,000?
I got two. I'm going to have Ms. Munsell answer that, and I also want to point out Mr. Schneider is on the call. So, Ms. Munsell, can you answer Mr. Peterson's question first? Mr. Peterson, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, for Ms. Munsell.
I was just, the specific question was, are we paying on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis where we would be able at some point to reevaluate whether this is effective or necessary and cease if we judge that it's not necessary without expending the entire $89,000 for the school year?
Yes, we're paying month by month.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mansell.
Steve, do you want to chime in here?
Schneider's on the phone. Mr. Snyder, can you give us some just information to answer Mr. Ace's questions just about what's currently happening on the buses? And if First Student is holding tight on this number, if they're willing to break up the services between the wiping down the touch points and the spraying?
He appears to be unmuted.
Yeah.
But I don't know if his phone, maybe his phone's muted. I don't know. But.
You hear me now?
Yes.
We can. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Back in September, it was the health department's decision, and the board agreed to do this on a daily, meaning nightly, basis due to the uncertainty and unknown. There were two products that were presented. One was a product that was applied once a month, and another was a product that was to be done on a daily basis. With the data that the health department knew in September, the option was the daily bus cleaning at night with a spray down and a full wipe down of every high volume area, so that when the children rode, there was no carryover to the next day. Does that give you a little bit of the background?
So, Mr. Schneider, this is Nick Asa.
Yeah.
So you're saying that this is done on a nightly basis, not in between each run?
There is a wipe down of your rail.
Okay.
Of, and remember, there's not that much time for a driver to do this between runs and everything. It's done by the fuelers when they pull their buses in to be fueled on an every other day basis, basically. The fuelers, while the tanks are being filled, go on the buses and wipe down again all the high traffic areas. So there's multiple ways. The drivers have the sprays with the wipes, and they have their own small bottle of, hand sanitizer for themselves. So it's part of a whole program that they put out. But what we knew in September was that they didn't know everything. So it was chosen in conjunction with the health department to go to a daily cleaning.
Can you said something about there was two product offers, a daily and a monthly?
And there's another product out there that is a 30-day, that lasts 30 to 45 days. But they don't recommend going beyond the 30 days because, again, it's all these products are brand new.
So that the 30-day one is something that would be spraying on the seats, but we'd still have to do the handrail wipe downs and whatnot?
Correct. But again, if the rate is somewhat half of what it was.
To do them, to do what?
Because you're not doing it every day. And understand that the daily cleaning rate that we went with is $203 a bus for the regular ed, the sped, and the spares, so that the whole fleet is done nightly.
So that's the $2.03 a transport vehicle nightly. And is that inclusive of the periodic other wiping you mentioned?
Yes, but also we have some out-of-district vehicles that go under a similar protocol, but they don't have the access to what they're doing, and we pay them a little bit more than that.
Are you familiar with what First Student is doing in other districts in the state?
Yes,
Can you share a little light on that?
they're currently, the protocol is that they're doing them nightly for the most part, unless the district is opted for that 30-day product.
Okay, so some districts have gone to that 30-day process, which you're indicating is roughly half the cost.
Somewhat, close to half. It's a little over half.
Okay, but this is to Mr. Papa George then. Do you know if when that product was talked about, did we ever run that past to see if that was an approved chemical? Because my assumption would be that if it's a 30-day product, that it's leaving a residual application. And that could raise some concerns with me as far as chemicals residually left on high-touch areas.
Excuse me.
Back in September when we talked about it, both products were MSDS sheets were given to us to review. There was the 30-day product. The information we received back was almost as if you said it is leaving a residual on the seats for 30 days, and there wasn't enough information about at that time to give it a full evaluation, so we chose not to go with it.
In addition, Mr. Asa, all products that are sprayed, all wipes, all of these products that are out on the market do leave some residual, but they are all approved products.
Okay. Well, then I think the board has to consider two things. If we want to just do away with this because we don't think that it's a necessary mitigation factor that's effective, or do we want to go for a less costly method? So I'll leave my comments there for now. I'm honestly torn on this.
Any of the board members have any comments or questions? Mr. Peterson?
Sorry to jump back in. I just did a quick calculation at $2.03 per bus per day, assuming 81 buses and 182 days. I'm only getting $29,900.
Excuse me, Mr. Peterson, it's 138 vehicles in that yard that have to be done daily.
So, all right, 138, not 81. Let me just do that quickly.
And then you have 30 vehicles being done by another vendor that has a different protocol to it.
All right, so the 138 vehicles at $2.03 a day for 182 days is about $51,000.
A little more than that, but that's correct.
$50,985.48.
Mm-hmm.
I just so now I'm just wondering, are those extra vehicles so expensive to disinfect? Do we know?
Does anybody?
Like, what's the discrepancy? Why are we paying so much? Why are we considering paying so much more this year?
Well, it had to do with our contract renegotiation. When we went out with a 1-year extension from our out-of-district vendor ECS, we got a 1% contractual increase, so we are paying more for their cleaning because of the substantial out-of-district special ed contractual extension for 1 year.
But that would be more than a 1% increase.
I think what he's saying, there's an escalator.
Yes.
There's an escalator on the clean, what we're paying for the cleaning this year, and it's 182 days instead of 180.
That's the number that I used in my calculation.
Do any other board members have a feeling on this? Keep the full amount, eliminate half it? Ms. Guernsey?
I'm actually really not sure what to think. I have more questions now than I did before, but what I am not happy, would not be happy with would be the once a year cleaning. That to me seems like it is absolutely not sufficient. So I'm not sure what the options are sort of in the in-between. And obviously the high touch surfaces seems like it would be a good idea in the short term, I think, based on even the way we're cleaning our buildings. So those are my thoughts.
Anybody else? Mr. Peterson? You look like you had more to say. I don't want to cut you
No,
off.
no, it's frustrating that we don't have the detail I think that we need to make our decision. I put this on the table. I said this at the beginning. I was happy to amend it if there was some other, some other option. But it feels like we're at the point where we have no other option. We're either doing all or nothing, and we may be paying, 30 to 40% more, for this coming school year than we're paying now. And as Ms. Guernsey said, I think I have more questions than I expected to have at this point in time. So I'll leave the motion on the table. Whatever happens to it, I would hope that the administration would take a closer look at the pricing of this and what we're actually getting in return, and discuss with the health department specifically whether this meets current scientific standard of need.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I'm torn also. I think at this point, I will not be supporting the full elimination of this until we get more information. I think it's something that we need more information before we cut it. We don't know what's happening. I think it's something to explore, but both with what we're doing this year for the cleaning, as well as for next year. I would like to think that our budget would make it through all town bodies without a reduction, but well, we'll just leave it at that. But I would want to leave it in here for now, but take a look at it and consider it in May if we do our fiscal projections by the town bodies, that this is one of the first places we look at again. Does anybody else have any other comments? Miss Maxine Canelli?
I was almost as a gesture of good faith. I wanted to support this motion. I agree that Mr. Asa and Mr. Peterson are onto something important here, that there does feel like there's some waste here. On the other hand, I share Mrs. Guernsey's, well, I'm going to use the word horror at the thought that those buses were cleaned once a year, knowing what happens on school buses. I find that horrifying. I would love to, but this is a token, and it's against everything I've tried to do with the budget, which is to have facts behind it. I'd love to amend this and just cut it in half, even as I acknowledge Mrs. Vitale's point that this is a first place I'd want to look in May if we are cut further, and we go in letting staff know that that is our intention, that they need to get us good numbers, and we can commit to something, to Mr. Ace's point, that is science-based, and this is where you get bang for your buck and for the safety of our children. And which then leaves me not knowing what to do, and I hope Mr. Asa makes up my mind right now. No pressure.
Mr. Asa?
Look, I just want to comment on the bus cleaning once or twice a year. I think that is contractual language, and I do believe that our buses are not filth like Charlie Brown Pigpen, situations. I think First Student is required to do a sweeping and a wipe down and everything. Forget this 89 grand stuff. And I think if they have a situation where the bus is dirty, they are cleaning it. So I don't want the public to think that we're rolling pig pens, on wheels around for our kids. That's not happening. But I see what you're saying, and your point, I think, has been received for sure. I would want to be cautious here, like everyone else has said, in reducing the full amount, because I just don't have the information. But what I would like to do is for the administration and Mr. Schneider and Mrs. Munzel and Mr. Papa George to hone in on this, because if this does come up again as a potential area that we need to look at, we need the facts, and we need I'm a little wishy-washy on the state DPH guidance here because, they say cleaning the high-touch areas and all this stuff, but they don't specify whether that's supposed to be done on a daily basis or 6 times a day between routes. So that specificity is not in the guidance. Shocker from the state. That, I think we need to look at that. So I would say at this point, if this motion doesn't pass, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But we definitely need to do some more due diligence here.
Thank you, Mr. Asa. Any other comments? All right, so we will take this for a vote to reduce this item. All in favor?
This is my motion. I'll vote for it.
Mr. Peterson, Ms. Rotelli, Mr. Asa, Ms. Pitko, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly. All opposed? Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Guernsey, Mrs. Gerber, Mrs. Vitale. Motion carries 5-4. Thank you. Moving on. Any other suggested amendments?
Sorry, did that just pass? I'm sorry, Christina, I didn't catch that. So
that did just pass. Passed 5-4.
okay, sorry.
That is a reduction. Do we have any other suggested reductions that would like to be addressed? Mr. Asa.
Okay, hold on. I have to pull up my wording here so I get it right. I'm going to put this motion on the table and then I will speak to it. The motion that I'm putting forward is that the superintendent's proposed budget be reduced by $550,043, which comprises of salary and benefits for 6.0 FTE at the high school level focused on English.
Seconded by Ms. Pitko. Mr. Asa?
So sticking with the theme, of long-term efficiencies and structural change, I started going down this path with some of my questions on FTEs, and not with the idea of blindly cutting jobs and cutting FTEs, but more focusing on structural efficiencies of where can we find areas to be more efficient. And one of the areas, and I will welcome, since I do see the high school principals on here, I will welcome commentary from them on this, as I have not spoken to them about it. But it is my understanding that at high school English, the teachers all have a 5th period writing block, which they use for conferences and whatnot. And it's my understanding that if we were to make them all 4 periods, that this would lead to a reduction of 6 FTEs. And I asked the administration to provide me what that salary and benefit cost would be, and that is where I came up with that number. So I would like to hand, obviously, the floor over to the person that made the second. I didn't catch who it was. But I would also like to allow Mr. Cummings and possibly the high school principals to comment on the feasibility of this and, what the thought is on the idea behind this motion is long-term, the looking at the long term here. Where can we start to make these structural changes that will lower our costs in areas that make sense?
Before we bring it to the head principals, Ms. Pitko, you seconded. Do you have anything that you would like to add? Or?
Thank you, Mrs. Vitale. I seconded the motion Mr. Asa made because, as I'm sure the board is aware, I asked a number of questions in our, I think it was a Google Doc, not Excel, looking for systemic ways for us as we start to face very serious economic challenges. And there were a number of questions, great answers. I just wasn't ready to put a motion forward. So I'm supporting this motion because I don't think it'll have the biggest impact on our programming, on our services. I think that this is something that we can realistically do.
I will give it over to Mr. Cavanna or Mr. Hatsis, if either of you would like to speak to.
Ms. Vitale, before they do, I'd just like to say something.
Sorry, Mr. Cummings, of course.
No problem. And I think both our high school head principals can speak better to this in detail than I certainly can. But I think that in recognition of both what Mr. Asa and Ms. Picco said, there is a need in the district to look at long-term structural change, to look at efficiencies. My caution on this particular issue is what it would, how negatively it would impact student achievement in the area of English, but certainly in the area of writing, which truly impacts all the instructional areas as well as the students' years beyond our high schools. So the head principals will speak to more detail, but I greatly worry about the how this would negatively impact our students. So, Mr. Hatsis, Mr. Cavanna, whichever one of you wants to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. If it's okay, I'll start. Thanks. So when I think of the potential impact of the proposed cut, I think of it in two ways. One would be sort of the human resources side, and the other would be the pedagogy side. So I'll start with the pedagogy piece. And when I conceive of the writing conferences and how they happen, what I think about is it is probably the highest level of personalized feedback that occurs in any subject area that we have at the high school. For a child to be able to sit one-on-one with his or her English teacher to work on the paper that is the assignment of that moment, what they're getting is that specific feedback. Regardless what the mini lessons may have been in the class, like the big 3 items maybe that kids have to worry about for revision, they're getting the specific feedback, formative feedback in process for that piece, and that is probably one of the most powerful teaching tools that our teachers have at their disposal. If it's an advanced student, they're getting the nuances to help them get to the next level, and if it's a student who's struggling, they get the specific extra instruction that they might have missed at some point along the way to be able to move forward. So it's a really powerful piece. I think about also the opportunity for the teachers to get to know the students, right? Many juniors and seniors, as they're thinking about applying to colleges, will often ask their English teacher for college recommendations. And what we know is that our English teachers get to know their students really well through the process of meeting with them one-on-one, so that when they're writing the college recs, it's not a cut and paste, copy and paste type of situation. It's really personalized because they know their kids. I also think about the students with anxiety who, in a classroom setting, may be more reticent to share their work publicly. They may not be able to take advantage of having an audience if students are sharing their pieces. But in a one-on-one conference with the English teacher, that student with anxiety will have a safe place to find their voice. They might be more willing to read their piece out loud, which is an incredibly effective strategy, to a teacher one-on-one, or the teacher might read it back to them so that they can talk about it. And by the way, the teacher will know whether a student is comfortable reading their piece out loud because they have met with them one-on-one. So instead of embarrassing them or having a difficult moment in the class, they have that personal knowledge. So I think that from the pedagogical side, there's a ton of reasons why it's really helpful. Just real quickly from the FTE standpoint and the human resources standpoint, a reduction of 6 personnel in a singular department, in my 18, 19 years here in the district, I don't ever remember, at least focused on one level, say 6 or 7 members of a singular department to be reduced in staff. I don't remember that ever happening. And so I think that would have a cultural impact, in terms of in terms of like how the teachers would react to it. And I also think about just the natural consequence by increasing the number of students that a single English teacher is working with, right? So I'm just going to throw some numbers out, as I'm trying to conceive of this. Let's say that a teacher has right now with 4 classes, 88 students, right? 22 students per class. And if the students do like 8 large formal writing pieces, that's 704 pieces of writing that English teacher is going to be giving feedback on. Now the student load is 110, 22 times 5, divided by, with 704 pieces divided by 110. Now, instead of students doing 8 pieces, they're only doing 6 pieces. So it's just natural. There's only so much time a teacher has to provide the feedback and input over the course of a week or a unit. More students on the caseload, if you will, potentially reduces the number of opportunities that the students will have to submit formal writing and get that feedback on it. So that's just some of the human resources impact that's a potential from this kind of thing.
Ms. Vitale, can I just comment on a couple of those things or question a couple of those things?
Yes, you can, Mr. Asa.
Mr. Hatzis, so can you confirm, is this a contractual situation, or is this something that has just evolved or always been this way, or did it evolve to this? Can you speak to that?
I'll defer to Ms. DC about the specifics of the contract, but I can tell you that this has been a part of the Fairfield Public Schools, and in some ways a well-known and crown jewel for before my time, probably going back 30 to 40 years. And I know that there are districts that are, DIRG A districts even, that we have inherited teachers from those districts who went through a transition of going from 4 classes a year to 5 classes a year. And, they shared when they were interviewing with us some of the downfall that they saw in terms of the decrease in overall performance on, large standardized assessments like SATs, but also just the reduction that they had to provide feedback to students and how they regretted that. So we've had, our English department probably has the best retention rate of any department, and we attract teachers because what they know is that when they come here, they can provide students a level of feedback that they know is appropriate and help students be successful.
So before Ms. Deasy goes, can you just comment? So you've talked about the importance of this conference period and whatnot. So is there no other time, and I ask this honestly, is there no other time in the day or at the end of the school day that this can occur?
It's a great question. Paul, go ahead if you want.
Sure. Just some more information that might work to answer that question. So, an English teacher must conduct a minimum of 3 conferences with each student. So that's a minimum of 261 conferences a year, approximately. So in practice, however, teachers meet at least once per term with each student. So that results 348 one-to-one conferences a year, and that's kind of the bare minimum. So most students do a minimum of 4, but others do a great amount more. So a conservative estimate for writing conferences, a teacher.
Mr. Kavana, can I just stop you for 1 second? Could you tell me that in math again? Because you said that there was a mandated minimum and then a minimum based on how we do it.
So there's a minimum of, and I would defer again to Mrs. DC, but in the contract, I think it's a minimum of at least 3 per year. But many teachers do more than 3. A good average would be teachers would do 4, but some do a lot more. So if you think a full year course, you do 1 per, 2 per term, 1 per term, 2 a semester. So that would get you the 522 meetings and contact one-to-one with a student with an English teacher. I could keep going if you wanted.
Please do. Please.
Okay.
No, please keep going on your train of thought. I appreciate that answer.
Sure. So the average meeting is about 20 minutes. And so if a teacher does 522 meetings in 20 minutes, the total minutes of one-to-one instruction per feedback is around 10,440, approximately, because I'm approximating some of the numbers. If you had a fifth class that met 90 times in a year for 85 minutes, it's a total of 7,650 minutes for whole group instruction. So over the course of a year, if a student takes advantage of at least 4 of those classes, 4 of those one-to-one meetings, the teacher is providing a lot more instruction than would be if you added to a fifth class of 85 minutes. So hence you're almost getting a little more bang for the buck if you are looking under the lens of one-to-one writing instruction with a teacher to a student.
I was just made aware that Dr. Swingler, our director of English language ELA, is potentially here. So I didn't know if Ms. Vitale, if you're willing to bring her into the conversation as well.
Well, Mike Cummings, before we do that, there were some questions around the contract, and I wanted to know if Ms. Deasy could speak to that.
Good evening, Colleen Deasy. I'm the Executive Director of Personnel and Legal Services. While I like to joke that I have the contract memorized, I am not quite there yet. I don't believe that the conferences are in the contract itself, but I need more than a few minutes to look through it to double check on that. What I can tell you for sure is that the class size load is in there for English teachers as 110 students. So that is what would dominate the decision making around this. I would also caution the board that to have a more detailed conversation about this as a labor issue in a public meeting is probably something that we should do in executive session if we were going to go down that line of discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Deasy. Mr. Cummings?
Yes, Dr. Swingler, do you have a couple minutes to talk to this issue as well?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Thank you to the board. Just to reiterate what I heard from Mr. Hatzis as well, I would say if we were to talk with the English teachers, they would say that the time spent in these writing conferences is some of the most impactful direct instruction and assessment that they do within their work. That one-to-one personalized opportunity to target what kids need in order to communicate effectively, to make sense of their thinking, and to really target their learning goals within the context of not only their English classes, but as writers in general, I think is just so super important, especially right now when we need to really protect the time where teachers are able to connect with kids and to target and accelerate and support that instruction as needed. I think both Mr. Hatzis and Mr. Cavanna for their representation of this work. And again, happy to answer any more questions. We're thinking forward, for next year when time is going to be so relevant to how we notice and teach into and lean into what kids need even more than ever. So I would also support the idea of our English teachers continuing to have this opportunity for the targeted instructional time within that writing block class. So thank you. And again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Asa?
Yeah, so thank you for that. I'm sorry, what was, I didn't catch your last name and it's not showing on the, I just want to pronounce it correctly.
I'm so sorry. Swingler.
So
Yes.
Jennifer Swingler, thank you. And I appreciate you coming on here. And I just, just so you know, and I hope you understand that this is not a target at specific English teachers. I am looking for long-term efficiencies and changes to the structure of our system. And I think that it's absolutely imperative that we do this. And I think we should have been doing this all along. So can I ask you, I don't expect hard numbers or percentages, but of Mr. Cavanna's summary of how the conferences work and how often they are, what would you say the percentage of students taking advantage of this? Are they, two questions, are they required to attend these conferences? And what percentage of the students are actually taking advantage of it?
Students are, I would use the word strongly encouraged to required, right? I mean, we can say to kids, we need you here, we want you here. And if kids don't show up, teachers will follow up with them and do what they need to do in order to get them there, assuredly. And I would say that even within what Mr. Cavanna explained, I know the teachers are not only using the time that is secured with this particular block of time, they're using time well beyond that to meet the needs of the kids. This time allows them to really respect the depth of the work that needs to happen within a child's writing world, within their writing life. To answer it like with hard numbers, which I know you're probably looking for, I can't answer that question here. I could dig into it a little further for you and speak further with Mr. Cummings and Mr. Hatzis and Mr. Cavanna about that. But I would say that it is one of, when you think about how to go about teaching a reader, a writer, a thinker right now, this particular method of instruction is just vital for our kids and for their efficacy as writers, especially in times where, you know, we need to encourage more connection. Does that make sense?
Yes, and thank you. Yeah, and thank you. And just to the point, I just want to touch, and Ms. Deasy, I apologize if this comes across wrong, but I don't believe this is an executive session discussion. This whether it's in the contract or not is a public document, and we're not talking about individuals or anything here. What I was getting at is looking at this as a springboard for future discussions if this motion does not pass. What areas? Because in order for us to make effective, efficient changes, we are going to have to see increases in some class sizes. And I know people don't like to hear that, but it's something that we're going to have to look at. And I'm not saying jam a cattle herd into a classroom, but I want to strategically look at where we can make these increases and where we can make these consolidations so we can run a little leaner and still provide an education that's great, which far surpasses the bare minimum that we're required. I would never advocate for that, but that's my point.
Thank you. Mrs. Gerber, followed by Ms. Guernsey, followed by Ms. Jacobson.
Jessica Gerber. Thank you. Yeah, I am not going to support this motion. Not necessarily because of the argument about larger class sizes or a higher course caseload of students for English teachers, although I do think that is something that certainly is something to be considered, especially with English teachers knowing the amount of work that they have to, correct and go over with their students. But as a parent 8 years running of a high school student, I can personally attest to the fact that the writing conferences were taken advantage of by my children, at least, much more than the lower level of lower number. And really, both of my children got a tremendous amount of benefit from that with teachers all across their 4 years in high school. And I think to lose this would really be a shame on so many levels. You just can't take away the value of that one-on-one work that's done. And I think too, there is a timing issue as well, because, both of my children did, after school activities, after school sports. They weren't able to meet, after school or sometimes before school either. So really having that time during the school day to be able to do this, I just think it would be a real shame, in my opinion, from my personal experience, to lose that.
Thank you, Mrs. Gerber. Ms. Guernsey?
Yes, hi, Carol Guernsey. I'm also not going to be supporting this. I have come to understand that the way this program is set up, it is really just an invaluable resource for our students. And I can testify actually that after last night's program of studies orientation, my ninth grader had a number of questions and was able to meet today with his English teacher and resolve the questions that he had really quickly, left feeling inspired, made this connection with his teacher. And I'm hearing this across the board, that it's not just the academic service that it's providing, but that emotional connection and making sort of those personal relationships is just so critical. And especially in an area writing, which can be so personal. For those reasons, I wouldn't support this. Thank you.
Jacobson.
Hi, Jen Jacobson. I can't articulate any better than our two head principals and Mrs. Swingler articulated about the pedagogy of this, but I can articulate that with 3 children also in high school level that have gone through this, how much they did use this during their day. And I can personally say that this is a transformative part of Fairfield Public Schools in terms of the growth that this time moves our 9th graders through 12th grade in English. And writing is for all subjects in the future, whether you are going on to trade school or community college or going into the workforce. This is one of the most profoundly important aspects of Fairfield Public Schools as it applies to every subject. In terms of the time that they dedicate for this, you can't just sit down with your 8-page essay, work out your thesis, how you're getting your evidence, how are you connecting back to the literature. That is not the same as going and getting, some clarity on your math problem that you might be struggling with. This takes a serious amount of time. So this is something I can't support, not only because of how I feel it will be detrimental to the progress and growth of our students in high school, but that it would be a serious detriment to the district as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Jeff Peterson. First, on a somewhat lighter note, I want to correct Mr. Hatzis on one thing. I myself am getting on, but I graduated from Fairfield High School in 1988, and we did not have writing conferences then. In fact, I had fantastic English teachers there, including Mrs. Ina Cleric and Bob Gillette, who I almost called out the other night, who was my Call of the Wild teacher, a class that apparently they're not running. It's a stake in my heart. That was, talk about a transformative experience and a transformative teacher.
Oh no, we have the most sections of Call the Wild is the most popular English elective still to this day. So
in any event, again, from lighter note and testimonial, I write for a living. I never had a single writing conference. I got a lot out of my regular classroom English instruction, and I had very close relationships with some really excellent educators that made a terrific difference to me. I've been a professional writer for 27 years now. I will be supporting this. I do agree with Mrs. Jacobson that this is a life skill. Writing is a life skill that we absolutely need to encourage and foster. I'm not sure this is necessarily the way to do it. I'm not sure this is the only way to do it. In fact, if I can ask Dr. Swingler now that I'm thinking about it, obviously we like to think of one-on-one time as excellent instructional practice, but is there specific research that says these one-on-one writing conferences have a positive impact on writing outcomes?
We know that through the writing workshop experience, a key element is the conferring element, where it's not only just about the direct instruction and the modeling, which are also key elements, but really moving that to the application where kids themselves can start to self-analyze and notice where their writing is breaking down, right? Where they can start to set goals. And in order to do that efficiently, you really need that quality time with your teacher. And in addition, what this also does is it not only increases and supports the instruction of the individual, but teachers can then start to notice patterns, like as you said, and can develop lessons that would target whole class needs. But the work of a writer, as you very well know, is a very personal experience, and to just to be in a whole class and to not have that secure time where you can connect with your teacher, where you yourself can do an analysis and they can coach you to lean into your thinking, right, in order to revise and to make better sense of your work. It's just, especially during these foundational years as kids are really trying to find their voice and figure out their craft. It's just incredibly impactful to have the conferring time.
All right, I hear that. I respect that. I understand, obviously, that again, from a testimonial standpoint, my experience may have been different and individual, and I may have found things that I was otherwise attuned to. Although I may have to disagree with you about kind of the personal finding a voice thing. I'm a financial journalist, and sometimes the work is a grind.
True story.
You have to do that. So that's the
True
things
story.
that I'm trying. But that's a discussion for another time. Look,
Yes.
I think fundamentally, I have to support this motion because it is a real effort from a budgetary standpoint to find desperately needed resources, to find the room that we need in this budget to not be so burdensome to the town. And I understand that this will impact the program. I am hopeful that it won't, that we're eliminating not a key pillar of the program, but an aspect of the program, a nice benefit. It sounds like this is not something that is everywhere. We're not necessarily going to be. Well, I'm just going off on the line now. I do think that this may be the right time to explore this as an option because of our budgetary pressures. I guess I'll leave it there. I could talk a lot about English and writing.
Mr. Hatzis, you have your hand up. Mr.
Yeah.
Cummings, can I just go to the superintendent first? Mr. Cummings, I don't know if you wanted to say something, or through you, can we go to Mr. Hatzis?
No, go right ahead to Mr. Hatzis. I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Hatzis?
Thank you very much. Just to Mr. Peterson, I too am a graduate of 1988, not from Fairfield Public Schools, and I too did not have writing conferences as part of my experience. And although I can't claim to be a professional writer, I was, at least for a portion of my career, a teacher of writing. And even though I was a social studies teacher, I felt that it was sort of part of my purview to, I'm sorry about the dog, to teach writing. And I have been so jealous of the Fairfield Public School teachers for having this opportunity, because I always felt that was the one thing that as a teacher I couldn't provide my students enough personalized feedback. And that's just the one, and I appreciate everything that you said, and I agree that people like yourself can truly find those teachers that inspire them and help them without a doubt. And that I know that would continue if this were to be a motion that carried. But I would also argue that I think that our children today are faced with some challenges that are different than maybe we had faced. And I'll just bring up the advent of texting and and social media posting, that they are now engaged in a form of communication that does not, I would say, does not truly replicate formal writing, just to be blunt. And that maybe now more than ever, those influences are steering them away from some of that important instructional practice to help them be successful in writing in their future careers. So, that's a minor thing, and I know that that's not pervasive with every child, but I think that I have heard that feedback from parents and from teachers increasingly over the last like 5-6 years.
Thank you, Mr. Hatzis. Ms. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mrs. Vitale. Jen Jacobson. To the proponents of the proposal, I'm wondering if you have an idea of how this time would be replicated in another form, or do you foresee this just being a loss in this service to students? Like, or do you have an idea of how, Mr. Issa, you mentioned wanting to maintain the excellence and whatnot. So in that vein, knowing that everything's that's been said, how would you propose that would be maintained with this reduction?
I would look to the questions I asked in that where else can this be offered for the kids that ask and need for it. And yeah, I'm looking for a cut.
So you don't know where, you don't know at this point how that would be replicated?
No, but I have confidence that we would get there.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Maxcannell, your hand's up.
I can assure Mr. Asa it won't be replicated. It won't happen. What you'll do is you'll drive the faculty from a proactive stance to a reactive stance. And it won't be because they don't want to lose, that they don't want to conference with children, help children, but you simply will not have the time in the day. You'll be planning for 5 classes. You'll be correcting for 5 classes. And for example, one of my children, he has not gone to a teacher for extra help in 4 years. The only teacher he's ever met with outside of his class time, aside from maybe running into them in the gym class, is when he had to go conference. And it was fabulous. Even he admitted it was fabulous for him. But this will absolutely drive staff into the students have to come to you, as opposed to the teachers telling the students, make your conference appointment, we are having it. And that is a game changer in terms of reaching students, because to Mr. Peterson, I feel the need to point out the obvious, and please take this as the compliment that it is intended to be. You are not the norm. I have read your writing extensively for years. Grammar aside, your ability to formulate and articulate a point, I promise you, from someone who is reading all day, every day, if I'm not planning, you are not the norm. You are exceptional in that regard. Most students are not that. And to have the time to meet those students, there is no rubric. I hate rubrics, but there is no rubric in the world that gives students the feedback. Because I'll tell you one thing, they're really good at looking at a graded, seeing the final grade, and chucking the paper. You force them to conference with you, now they have to talk through it. And that is an exercise that there is no writing, there is no reading that can replicate that conversation. And that is what we would be pushing Fairfield Public Schools toward willfully. I would also point out we're also looking, coming out of COVID, I cannot imagine a worse time to be coming up with a proposal like this, as much as I absolutely respect where Mr. Asa is coming from in terms of looking for these long-term structural efficiencies. We have talked about it in the past and not actively pursued it enough. I 100% agree with you. But I know some people like to post out there, not you, that what's this whole learning loss thing? That's not so, pshaw, wrong. There has been learning loss. There have been connections lost. And the last thing we should be doing is lessening the connections between our students and their teachers. There are going to have to be all sorts of SRBI interventions that we haven't even thought of yet as we evaluate just how far behind and what kids have lost. What I would very much like to see, because I also don't like hearing in this conversation that this is something we're desperate for, so let's take it here. Important words that have been used by my fellow board members is let's be strategic. This isn't strategic. There's been no conversation with staff, with administration, and it's where what I would like to do is charge the finance committee perhaps with taking up this issue in coordination with staff of really let's take a look at it. I mean, we've always talked about, we do a programmatic audit every year by virtue of the classes students sign up for. Well, I would agree with Mr. Asa that, not that he said this, but he's probably thinking it, that's a little bit too haphazard. We need something more substantial, something more substantive that will be a consistent savings and efficiency going forward. But that needs to be done thoughtfully and strategically. And there's nothing about any of this conversation tonight that replicates that process. And then the final thing that I have to push back on, because it was one of the first comments said, and that's by Mrs. Pitko. And I'm quoting, "This won't have the biggest impact." I find that a horrifying statement. And I'm going to try to attribute it to not having having a high schooler and so having to experience this, Mrs. Pitko. But for you to say that this won't have the biggest impact, you need to walk that back. This would have a profound impact, as our staff members have outlined. I'm sure coming into this meeting, you all knew where I would vote on this one, but it's not because I'm an English teacher. It's because of, I know exactly what this will do. And shame on us if going back into full in-time schooling, we now cripple teachers. We handicap teachers in their efforts to bring our students back on a whole host of measures.
Ms. Pitko?
Hi, Tricia Pitko. Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly, my entire quote was, of all the questions that I asked and all the ways that we could systemically change, this was the one that would have the least impact. If you'd like, I can go through all the questions I asked. I don't think everybody on the board wants to hear that. But and I know that you know this, and I respect you as an educator, that times are changing, right? I'm changing. I have to reach out to every single student, especially when they don't log in. I have to work with them individually. What Mr. Asa is proposing is a change in their schedule, not the work they're going to do as educators.
And Mrs. Picco, that's fundamentally wrong. When you have assigned teachers to an additional 85-minute block of time, which means you have also assigned the planning for that block, the correcting for that block, and Mr. Cavanagh has brilliantly given you the math, you have absolutely impacted their ability to reach their students in the way that you have devoted time to doing. It won't happen. I'm telling you it won't happen because it can't, because there are only so many hours in the day, and you have just taken away the 85-minute block and all of the planning and correcting time for that additional block.
You know, Mrs. Mexicanelli, I don't agree with you that taking this time away means that these teachers won't have to do the work. We have to change fundamentally how we teach our students, and spending time one-on-one is exactly what I'm doing with my students, just in a different subject. You're saying that by taking that time away, they're not going to be spending it with their children, their students. I don't agree on that. We're looking at a systemic change.
Well, luckily we'll be able to vote on this. We don't have to necessarily agree on everything. Ms. Rotelli?
Yeah, I will be supporting this. I think Mr. Asa is correct. You look for long-term structural efficiency, and I think a good place. I also agree with Mr. Peterson that although this is the current way, it doesn't mean it's the only way. So,
We were losing you there, Ms. Rotelli. The sound went out.
How much did you miss?
Even though this is the what?
How much did you miss of what I said?
I think that you were saying, even though this is the current way, it's not the only way.
Yeah, and that's it.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? I will also not be supporting this proposal. I don't want to repeat a lot of the things that my fellow board members said. I have had 2 high schoolers go through Fairfield Little High School. The time that they spent during these writing conferences was formative for their growth as writers, their growth as people. In addition to just the work that was assigned in class, these teachers provided supports for their college essay when they were seniors and juniors, and were just available. From another tack, we're talking about the social emotional. A lot of discussion this year about social emotional and mental health. In looking at the school climate survey, one of the most important questions is, does a student have a trusted, is there someone in a school building that a student can go to that they totally trust? And in speaking to many high schoolers, very often it was the English teacher, because they had this personal one-on-one time. Writing can be very personal, and it just builds that connection. I would not want to take that time away from students right now, especially as they have been separated from their friends, from their routine, from their teachers. I absolutely appreciate Mr. Asa and my fellow board members' desire to look for efficiencies and for structural change. I think that I look to the superintendent to that. When he came on board as the superintendent, that was something that was important to him. I feel somewhat, actually not somewhat, very bad for him that pretty much from the day before he started, he was in crisis mode, dealing with the fill pile and the fields. We had a little bit of a break there, around election time and the holidays. Then we had the budget, and we've been dealing with the pandemic. So I think that these are important conversations to have. I'm not sure that we really should be having them when we're still somewhat in the middle of a crisis. I look to the board to continue these discussions throughout this year, and I look to our staff, Mr. Cummings, our executive directors, and our headmasters. And Mr. Ace distracted me with your hand up there. So
yeah, I just want to close this up and bring it to a vote. But I would like to say, to your point about this isn't the right time. There's never a great time, but I want to disagree with you on that. That I think it is during the budget time is when we need to find. Now let me finish.
No,
During the budget season is when we need to find
You're out of
efficiencies.
order right now. Mr. Asa, you're out of
So
order.
you're out of order.
No, I was in the middle of speaking and you interrupted to basically interrupt, but I gave you time to speak multiple times on this issue. I gave everyone the floor. No one else. I asked if anyone else had anything to say. I'm now taking my time.
No.
So, I'm taking my time. I think that I deserve the same respect as I have given you on this. I'm telling you, I have, had 2 children go through the high school. I have been a PTA president at a high school. I have served on school climate committee at a high school. I'm telling you, I'm giving you some experience that fellow board members who have had high schoolers have also shared. I appreciate in terms of a financial, when you're looking, if you're looking at the budget and the bottom line financially, you are right. This might 100% be the right time if that's what you're focused on. That, as those who know me, I'm looking at what our mission is. And our mission is really to focus on what's happening in the classroom and what's good for our kids. And this, in my experience, and hearing the experience of others, this is good for kids. And when we talk about making cuts, we want to keep it out of the classroom and keep it as far away from kids as we can. In my opinion, this cut is not it, because I have seen how close those relationships are. I have seen kids go back and forth for these writing conferences over and over and over again. And I agree. I think it would be a shame to see it go at this particular moment, especially since we really haven't had robust discussion outside of the board, the budget discussions. I will give you the last word on this, being that it was your motion, before we take it to a vote.
I'm good.
Thank you. We'll take it to the board. All in favor? Mr. Asa, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Rotelli, Ms. Pitko, all opposed? Ms. Maxon-Canelli, Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Guernsey, Mrs. Gerber, and Mrs. Vitale. Motion fails. 4-5. Okay, moving on. Does anybody else have any other adjustments before we get into the discussion about social work and art? Ms. Jacobson.
Hi, Jen Jacobson. I did. You guys, I wanted to bring up the residency program. And in the last couple of budget meetings, I have expressed a torn feeling about this because I desperately want to support these residents coming to Fairfield and becoming a part of our staff and nurturing them through that process. I've also expressed concern the fact that there is no commitment necessary at the end. So I'm open to hearing what others think about this right now, but I'm going to make a motion to reduce one of the residencies by $41,000.
Mrs. Gerber will second that motion.
So I think it's pretty clear. It's something that we've already talked about before. So I'm open to hearing what other people think about that.
But Mrs. Gerber, you seconded. Would you like to say anything about this right now, or do you just wanted to bring it to the board for discussion?
No, I support this motion at time. I mean, we had a discussion about this, or the entire board did, and I think there were some very valid concerns regarding just, investing in people who then leave us and right back where we started. So I do think that reducing it by one still gives us the opportunity to participate, but it's just not as significant an investment, and I think we need to look for savings wherever we can find them.
Thank you, Mrs. Gerber. Mr. Peterson.
Hi, thank you, Jeff Peterson. I also am extremely torn about this. When I saw this program in the budget, I was pleased. I've actually been advocating to the administration for some time to increase its efforts to hire minority teachers, knowing that it's a difficult process and that minority representation in teaching colleges is lower, at least in this area. But I was troubled. I was very troubled to hear that there was no commitment made. So it's hard to know exactly what to do with this. I do think it's very important for us to make a priority of having minority teachers, people at the head of the classroom, as opposed to other staff who are also important, but just as teaching role models in the classroom. I think it's extremely important, and I don't want to see us flag on that effort, but it's difficult as a steward of the district to follow the full allocation for the two. I think that the splitting the difference limits our risk and still gives us exposure to the program. I think it's a good compromise.
Thank you. Ms. Pitko.
For anybody who wasn't on the meeting on Tuesday, I just want to reiterate to Mrs. Deasy, we were going to look into, even if it's not this year, even if next year we expand the program, working with CES, because as we give money to them, in turn, those dollars come back to us in some way, in some kind of programming or relationship that we have with CES. I understand this is a correct program, but if we're going to be investing in any kind of program, I would hope it would be within our own regional county.
Colleen Deasy, Executive Director of Personnel and Legal Services. I did speak with the Executive Director of CES yesterday and got an email from the correct folks today to confirm that it is a RESC alliance and all the RESCs are working together on this. So if we did have residents, they would be participating. It's all the same program. They would be participating at CES with the other Fairfield County folks, but it's the same minority teacher recruitment program that was created by CREC that CES is essentially adopting.
Any other comments or questions? Mrs. Maxon-Canelli?
I don't know if this, but because I've been agreeing with Mrs. Pitko of wanting to look into this more, but I had thought part of your point for trying to make it a homegrown or something, more local, whatever program, is that if that gave us more latitude to having in more of a mandate that the time is owed back. And I don't know, Mrs. Pitko, if that was what you were thinking at all, but I had thought that was part of your direction.
Are you speaking to the motion right now, or are you speaking in general to what I was suggesting?
I am speaking to what you said as being support for pursuing this motion.
And I just said that I wish that the program would be local. She answered the question.
Okay, so then that means you were not pursuing this for the same reason that I was, because whether it's local or regional or whatever it is, I'm interested in having this program be affiliated and organized in such a manner, whether it has to somehow become an addition to an MOU to our contract and that we structure this differently. I am very troubled by this. I was almost ready to go for cutting it entirely. So the sense I'm getting of the board is that they're interested in one, but these teachers are incredibly hot tickets. And as this board should well know by now, we don't pay close to the most in Fairfield County. This person is going to get snapped up unless we manage morale-wise to build such wonderful relationships, which does happen in Fairfield Public Schools, that they want to say, financially, they're going to have their pick. And I find that very disturbing that we can't do something that gives us a stronger guarantee on our investment.
Deasy?
Hi, Colleen Deasy again. I did also confirm with the board's attorney today that, he could certainly prepare a memo for you all if you were interested in reviewing it, but it is really not possible to have some kind of mandate to keep people within the district.
Even if it were within our own contract, which obviously it does not exist right now.
What would be possible would be essentially taking someone to collections or suing them for reimbursement for the tuition, which is potentially what you're suggesting. But on a practical level, the attorney's fees for doing that would far surpass what we would get back, possibly, or not.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
I thank you. Just a follow-up on that to Ms. Deasy. Wouldn't it be easy to just put some sort of financial penalty in a contract in order to disincentivize someone from leaving?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. That
So
we
if
wouldn't
there-
pay them out?
No, so I mean, if we offered a job at the end of the residency, and the job was not accepted, that because of a contract they signed at the beginning of the residency, they would owe us a penalty of say $5,000.
Okay, I know what you're saying. Almost like a signing bonus. Is that what you're saying?
Well, a reverse signing bonus. No, but I mean, I don't know that we have to structure anything where we're trying to get every penny back from somebody in order to incentivize them, give them a little extra push to stay. Is that reasonable?
I suppose that would be worth looking into.
Right. Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson?
So I think that, I struggled with this a lot too, guys, and cutting the whole thing or one. My decision ultimately came out, for me anyway, that I wanted to signal that we do support this endeavor for all of the reasons that Mr. Peterson mentioned previously, and I'm sure most of us share. But it also provides us with one opportunity at this point to go forward, but to stay. We have heard that there could be state funds behind this, and to really be a vocal advocate. Like, listen, we are going to make this investment from right now, but going forward, like this may be the one and done. Like if we don't see any state support, or the design doesn't change in a way where there would be greater commitment needs, then we don't have to do any more going forward. But I do want to be able to say that we gave it the shot, and we hope the state supports us, and we hope that becomes in the future. So that's just kind of where I landed as a compromise. But, I get that it's a tough one.
Any other comments on this before we take it to the board for a vote? Mr. Asa? Mr. Asa, I think you're muted.
I guess I have a question, and I don't know whether it's through you to the board or what, but to Mr. Peterson's point about adding a caveat like that in there, would that mean for maybe would we support this for the two if we were able to get that in there?
I think that it's going to be hard to get a definitive. We'd be putting the caveat, but it sounds from what Ms. Steezy is saying that we might still need some advice from the board attorney. Ms. Steezy, I don't know how. She's shaking her head, so I would hate for us to move this forward.
I guess I'm not clear on how it works with the structure of the residency program. That the idea behind this is that the resident works under a teacher, an expert teacher, for the course of next school year. And then for the 22-23 school year, they are hired on staff as a new teacher. And the mentorship continues. They finish another 6 months of courses. And so there's meant to be support for them in their own classroom for the first time. So I guess I'm not sure or clear on what year you're thinking you would want to do that. That's the detail that I'm missing a bit.
Well, I think to go to what we discussed in the last meeting, what Mrs. Jacobson, brought up was, the idea like that's in the private sector or other sectors where you have a 2-year non-compete or a, 2-year retention requirement, and if you don't abide by that there is some sort of punitive measure, some sort of payback, whether it's like to Mr. Peterson said, maybe we don't need to make it the full amount, or maybe something to the effect. But to Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly's point, I agree with her that these are the people that we want to keep in the district, and we want to do this program. I mean, I absolutely want to do this program. I think that this will help us as a first step in a long series of steps we need to take. But I am very concerned, and I don't necessarily know if eliminating one is as effective or not. I'm really kind of torn on this one. Because part of me right now just wants to cut it until we can figure it out, and I want this program to come. But then the other part of me is like, if we cut it, are we doing a disservice? I
I also feel like if we cut it too, I mean, we might learn something here. Like, I know we're taking in a residency, but through the process of the year, we might learn something ourselves from how we go through it and how it may transform. So I think that there's an opportunity, if we decide to keep one, to learn something here, and to make a case for it going forward. But again, I hear you guys. I mean, I can do both too. I get it.
Would we be able to, and this might be to Ms. Deasy, and this might be a contractual issue, but would we be able to entice them to stay by possibly, a higher starting step or something like that?
I think that we're getting into contract.
Okay.
I don't want to get too
That's
far
fair.
ahead.
That's fair.
I think these are all very good things that if this does move forward, that we can further explore how we might set this up. Does anybody, Ms. Picco, you had your hand up?
This is Trisha Picco. I just wanted to add that I will support the motion, but I will not support it next year if it doesn't change in some way that we've discussed already. I think we seriously need to look at this. I don't imagine this is the only year that we'll be doing a program like this.
Thank you, Ms. Picco. Any other comments? Seeing none. I struggled with this. I'm excited for all the reasons Mr. Peterson first stated. I was leaning towards just keeping it for 2. I understand the concerns around this. I hear the fear of leaving for a higher salary, but I think that this program is built on building relationships with these teachers within the district, having a mentor, feeling welcomed. I think there's a lot of positives that maybe I'm being overly optimistic, but we could just change the culture a little bit and hopefully make our school district have a climate that people want to stay, that it's that wonderful that they're willing to possibly give a few extra dollars. So with that, I'll be supporting it. Seeing no other comments, I'm going to take it to the board for a vote. All in favor? Mrs. Gerber, Ms. Jacobson, Mr. Asa, Mrs. Matson-Canali, Ms. Guernsey, Ms. Vitale, Ms. Picco, Ms. Riccelli, Mr. Peterson. Motion carries 9-0. I didn't see all your hands at first. I would have just, done a quick one. All right.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a question, Chair?
May.
Just to confirm, that was a reduction of $41,000?
That was a reduction of $41,000.
Thank you for that confirmation.
Any other reductions or additions before we move on to Art? Seeing none, before we get into this discussion, can I have a motion just for a 5-minute recess? Mrs. Gerber, seconded by Mr. Peterson. All in favor? Okay, we will reconvene at 10:11. Motion to reconvene. Mr. Asa, second by Mr. Peterson. All in favor? Okay, we are back. All right. So after those reductions, we are at a reduction of $445,000, 286. 445,286. So moving on, and I keep on talking about the Art. I'm just assuming that there's going to be some sort of motion on that based on the feedback that I have given. So with that, Ms. Guernsey has her hand up.
Yes, hi, Carol Guernsey, and I would like to make a motion. And before I do, I just wanted to say that in my motion to restore Art, that I'm also very conscious of the financial hardship of our friends and neighbors in this community, both those families with children in our schools and outside of our schools. And that being said, understanding also the critical nature of this program, the motion that I'd like to make is to increase the superintendent's budget to fully restore the elementary art teachers in the amount of $308,941.
Can I have a second for that? Ms. Jacobson. Ms. Guernsey, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, one of my concerns in targeting art for this reduction is that it's really the only area at this point that where instruction has been impacted of our students. And, you know, we are always talking about keeping cuts outside of the classroom, and this, in fact, is very much inside the classroom. So that's obviously a primary concern of mine. And really, besides that, I think that one of the most critical components of this change is that we really haven't assessed the impact of any of these reductions on the art program. And, you know, in terms of skill and mastery that's expected at the middle school and high school level, we've done a lot of work to make sure that the curriculums are aligned vertically. And I would be really concerned about reductions, any reductions to this program, and having our students be ready and have mastery of materials to be able to get to that next level. I mean, obviously there are building blocks to art. I would, and skills and mastery, and I would sort of liken it to, you know, taking Algebra 1 and having that be a building block for math. The skills that our elementary school students are learning are really critical to take them sort of to the next level. So for those reasons, and all of the reasons we talked about in our last conversation about art, I would like to see this restored fully at the $308,941 level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guernsey. Ms. Jacobson, you second. You can have the floor if you wish.
Hi. Yes. Hi, Jen Jacobson. Yeah, I seconded the motion to maintain the instructional minutes for art in their current form. In addition to everything that Ms. Guernsey said, I have a couple other points to add on why I'm going to support this. Number one, when we look at in the back of the book our budget by program, if you look at every single K-12 item that is listed in the back of that book, art is significantly lower than every other area, and by more than half. So we are already making a value statement with what goes into the art program as it is. Number two, I know that I get hung up on the technical aspects of things sometimes in process. But the reality is that I feel that this board supported what was a 2-year rewrite, which was an investment in time. Time is money. We invested dollars into that rewrite. And to back into the undoing of that vote without first bringing the curriculum forward for a revote is a procedural issue that I take issue with. What exists is what exists as a document that we approved. Whether it be this document or any other document, you can't undo a document without undoing the document. But that's a procedural issue that I stand by. Number three, in reading through the curriculum again, you know, there are things in this curriculum that speak to all of the things that we have been talking about at the table, in our community, in our nation. Looking through a lens of tolerance, understanding different cultures and heritages, which stands for the World Language Program as well, but I'm speaking specifically to what was put in those enduring questions and the enduring understandings that are built into this art curriculum besides the actual materials and aspects of the art curriculum itself. So that's number three. Number four, there's more money in this budget for curriculum rewriting, a lot. There's money in here for curriculum rewriting. And I feel that this sets a precedent that we're investing in money and time and dollars into curriculum rewrites to only undo the dollars that we've already spent in doing that. And number five, what does this say to all of the staff who are about to go through MAP, who are about to go through developmental guidance, who are then going to go through the next subject areas, English after that, that you will spend time bringing forth to this board what we are statutorily charged to adopt only to undo that work that you've done. We all know that when any department comes before us and they do those presentations, and every ounce of pride that they can muster is before us, I think that this sends a message that don't bother doing curriculum rewrites. Don't do those presentations. So for so many reasons that this process that we've done in this item here, I just can't support it for not only what it means for our kids, but for the precedent and message that this sends to staff, and what I now deem as a waste of the money that was made in rewriting it in the first place. If we're talking about structural change, this would not be in alignment with that. So that's just my 2 cents on that, and I'm going to support the motion. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Ms. Fratelli?
Hi, Bonnie Rotelli. I will be supporting. I'm not going to repeat what Ms. Guernsey and Ms. Jacobs said, although I agree with everything said. I will speak to the fact that this still, this proposed cut to the art program under the current circumstances still makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Given that it was to offset social workers for children with increasingly high anxiety, it baffles me that the solution would be to then decrease one of the only activities that brings a level of creativity and relaxation to these children who obviously are stressed. And we need to take a really long, hard look at what we are doing as a district to contribute to these anxiety levels. And I can assure you that cutting their art program is not going to help it. So for that reason, I support this, and I hope my fellow board members do as well.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Asa?
So I do have a question to the whole curriculum discussion. You know, I understand that curriculum came before us, it was voted, but can anyone speak to, are there truly any major curricular changes that would be made, or is this simply time? If someone in the administration could answer that.
Mr. Cummings?
I'm going to have Dr. Zavachantik respond to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Asa. James Zavachantik, Executive Director of Instruction, Curriculum, and Assessment.
Having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, we got, sorry, James, you got it. We can't hear you very well.
Is that better? No? Let me just switch spots 1 second. How about now?
That's better.
Yeah, but if Mr. Mancusi could turn the volume down. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for the question. We don't have a specific answer to that question. It did come up in the board questions of what specific units or topics within the units would be possibly eliminated. It would take the art department across the K-12 level and speaking with Ms. Hermson to look at how, for example, 4th grade might affect 5th grade, and then 5th grade might affect some other grades. And to your point, it might not affect an elimination of a unit. It might be that certain units go less in depth, but all of them are covered. So the time in 4th grade, for example, of 70 minutes, in one unit, if reduced to 40, which is the proposal, some of the activities might not get done, but the unit in and of itself and the enduring understandings and essential questions would be touched upon and not eliminated throughout the units.
And just Mr. Zavachantik, sorry, Mr. Z, could Dr. Z, could you touch on, we've talked about leading up to this some different scenarios. So the motion on the table is for a full restore to what it is now. But if there was variation to that, let's say, with the idea of the 40 minutes for kindergarten and 50 minutes for grades 1 through 5, would that have a significantly less effect on the curriculum concerns?
So of course, the more minutes that are added back would have less of an impact. And I missed the first part of your question. If I'm answering it incorrectly, just redirect me. So any minutes added would have a less impact in terms of what was written or how much depth the teachers can go into in each grade from 1 through 5, which is where the impact was. But again, we would have to look at the articulation of that across the levels and what gets done. Some board members brought up in the past that some of that time is used for transitions and setup and cleanup as well, which is important to take into account in terms of how we can manage those areas more efficiently. Kids have to get to the art room, right? They have to get back to their classrooms. So all of that has to be taken into account as well in terms of both curriculum and the pieces that are more technical in nature.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Jacobson.
Dr. Z, hi. Can you, I don't know if you happen to know the answer to this question, and I apologize, I probably should have submitted this on the chart. From the current K-5 experience to the proposed what's in the budget, the reduction, what is the variance in hours from a K-5 experience total? How many hours reduction is this?
Per grade level or total?
Total, you're a kindergarten, you're coming in through the time that you graduate, what you get now versus what you would get under this proposal.
I don't have that information with me, but I can figure it out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Just, I'm going to ask the question to Ms. Jacobs' question about procedure. And I appreciate you may not have the answer because I'm going back, anecdotally. Have we ever had a schedule change that has changed the time period of a class before? And has that required a curriculum review? So for instance, have we made one of the specials longer, taking away from English language arts time? And if that occurred, did we go back and rewrite the English language arts curriculum? Or was there just an expectation that, unfortunately for teachers, possibly are, or maybe more efficiently for teachers, you're just doing the same curriculum in a shorter amount of time? And again, if I'm asking you to go back to possibly before you were here, but if you can speak to that at all, that'd be great. And if not, that's fine too.
I can speak to that. Back when I was elementary, I'm sorry, I was the director of elementary ed when the 6-day rotation was put in place. And at that point, as everybody knows, the art program at that point went to 70 minutes. Those instructional minutes came primarily out of English language arts and math. And those curriculums were not adjusted as a result of that change.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cummings. So to Ms. Jacobson's point, this is, an issue potentially that we need to keep into consideration just moving forward as we're making these changes, and how we want to address it.
Mr. Cummings did say we would have to add $4,000 to adjust, so because there would need to be curriculum work on it.
I do appreciate that, Ms. Jacobson. Thank you.
I don't want to disagree with Ms. Jacobson. What I said was we would find that money in this year's budget. We wouldn't have to take it out of, we wouldn't find it in 21-22. I don't want to give you another task tonight. We would find it out of this year's money.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Any other comments? I am struggling with the full restoration of this. I will be honest. I'm leaning towards possibly increasing it 50 minutes per period for grades 1 through 5. I don't know if board members would be considering, talking about changing the time. Ms. Maxon-Canale?
Yeah, I'd wanted to hear the answers to everything, and I did want to, hold on, get me on the right page. I did want to propose an amendment to the motion, and the amendment would be, instead of a full restoration, I'd like to propose the details of asterisk number 1 of maintaining 40 minutes for kindergarten, grades 1 through 3, 50 minutes, grades 4 and 5, 60.
Ms. Gerber, seconds.
And just speaking to it, I respect that elementary school principals, the leadership, felt that this was an area where a reduction could happen. I think overwhelmingly we as a board and the public, I mean, it's very rare that something controversial comes out that someone doesn't come forward to say, I'm okay with it. And, I definitely don't, I think it's a non-starter to stick with the full cut. However, I would be interested in shaving it back a bit, and that saves I don't have the number in front of me now because I'm looking at the screen, but that does save almost $100,000 going with that first asterisk option. And so that's what I'm proposing.
Just if I can throw it out there, it would be, instead of the motion is for 308,941, Mrs. Maxon-Canale is amending it to variable minutes for a total of $213,062.
A much better worded motion than mine.
Thank you, Mr. Asa. Mrs. Gerber, you seconded. I don't know if you want to speak to this.
No, I agree with what Mrs. Maxon-Canale said. I am uncomfortable with the thought of the reduction suggested for my elementary art. But that said, the fact that the request came from the elementary principals, and I feel that the case that they made in favor of the social work, and I know that we're not talking about that right now, but it is playing a role in my decision in supporting this. And I thought that they were very compelling in explaining why this was so important. And, were this not the budget year that we are operating under, we hope we might not be having this conversation, but I think, knowing that everyone is trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible, this was what was presented to us. And I like the idea of kind of splitting things halfway and not impacting both decisions.
Mr. Asa, I wasn't sure you had your hand up about the number. You're fine. Anybody else have any questions or suggestions on this? Mrs. Maxon-Canale, I would support your amendment to the main motion. I understand and fully support the arts, and I appreciate Ms. Rotelli and Ms. Jacobson and Ms. Guernsey's feelings on this. Without a doubt, for some children, art is absolutely a stress release, relieves anxiety. I would be hesitant to make blanket statements assuming that this is going to be for all students. I think that students find their passion. Some might find it in art, some might find it in music, some might find it, in sports. I'm torn. I do not support the original 40 minutes. I think that is too much of a reduction. But we're talking about trying to find efficiencies, and this was put forward by administration. So I do have to trust that they are boots on the ground and see things that we don't necessarily do. They see it in action. So I will be supporting this amendment. We'll take it to the board for a vote. All in favor?
This is the vote for the amendment.
This is all in favor of the amendment. Nope. Okay, Mr. Asa, Ms. Gerber, Mrs. Maxon-Canale, Mr. Peterson, Mrs. Vitale. All opposed? Ms. Guernsey, Ms. Pitko, Ms. Rotelli, Ms. Jacobson. Motion carries 5-4. back to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion about the amended motion? See, Ms. Guernsey?
I just wanted to address the idea that all students obviously might not find art therapeutic, and just to add that you know, all students don't enjoy math, all students don't enjoy reading, and we still prioritize them within our curriculum. So just kind of wanted to address that you know, up to this point, it was something that we valued in that way with this amount of time, and I don't really see anything that's changed. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guernsey. And, and I apologize. I did not mean to vocalize, to prioritize it. I just think that I don't want to necessarily make assumptions for all students and how all students might react to a particular course. That was all. And I'm sorry if I didn't articulate that properly. Mr. Asa?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that in supporting this, that I do feel that I understand all of and appreciate all the emails and everything we got from the people asking to not touch art. And I also appreciate the administration and Mr. Cummings coming at this from an offset mentality, because I think we need to continue to do this. And I think that this motion as amended is a compromise, and it still gets us some meaningful change, while it does impact the current time. It is much less of a cut in time than was originally proposed. So I do support this in it, that it is a compromise and it does act as an offset and a change.
Thank you. And before we take it to the board, the restoration of having some additional minutes for language arts or math or social emotional learning, those things are also potentially needed as we talk about learning loss. So I do see some value in restoring some time to other subjects for teachers to use across the board where they see the need. So seeing no other comments, we'll take it to the, Ms. Ticko, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can you just read the motion again that we're about to vote on?
Mrs. Gerber, do you have the motion that we're voting on?
Yes, the motion is to amend the superintendent's recommended budget and restore 2.0 elementary art teacher at a cost of $213,062.
Thank you, Mrs. Gerber. Any other questions before we take it to the board for a vote? All in favor? Mr. Asa, Mrs. Gerber, Mrs. Maxincanelli, Mr. Peterson, Mrs. Vitale. All opposed? Mrs. Fratelli, Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Pitko, Ms. Guernsey. Thank you all. Back to our discussion. Any other recommended changes to the superintendent's budget? All right, going once, going twice. I will bring it back to the superintendent for some final words, being that this is his budget and we've just made a lot of changes to it.
Oh, there I am. All right. Thank you. Well off. Okay. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for all of your diligent work on this. I know a lot of thought went into the questions, and we're very appreciative of them. As I've said at the beginning, I think that as the administration brings forward a budget, the work that the board, the seriousness with which the board approaches their work in reviewing that budget, questioning the details, challenging us to do better, it leads to a far better outcome. So again, on behalf of everybody here, my thanks. I just want to make a couple last comments before going forward. As we've talked about, our budget is really designed to carry us forward into the next school year, and to keep us safe and to address district initiatives in student learning and in equity and in social emotional supports. But it is also, in a broader sense, designed to make us whole after more than a year of being apart, and being apart in so many ways. And that stress of being apart, I know we all feel in the work we do and in the lives we live. We have a budget hole as well, and we have a budget hole that we have to fill, and that hole impacts our ability to transport students and to ensure safe classrooms and schools. That is a great challenge. That has been the great challenge of building this budget and bringing it forward, and it will be the great challenge as we go forward, as we go now through the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance and ultimately the RTM. As leaders in this town, everybody involved in those processes and on those boards dug this hole together, and then last year we agreed that we were going to fill it back up. So your support of the proposed budget begins the work of filling that hole back up, and ultimately of making us whole again. So I want to thank you again for your support, and look forward to the next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. And before we vote, I want to thank you. I want to thank the executive directors. I especially want to thank Ms. Munsell and her staff for all the work on this budget, the thoughtfulness of it, your receptiveness to all of our questions, and trying to get us as much information as you possibly can in such a short turnaround. We really appreciate you, and wish we could deliver it in person. But please know that your work is recognized. Ms. Picco?
I just wanted to say something before we vote. First, I wanted to thank Mr. Cummings and all his staff. I'm sure all of the Board of Ed members want to. The budget presentation and even answers to all of our questions was much more than any other of this is my sixth budget. So it was a lot, and I really want to thank you. I did have the chance to go to the Fairfield Economic Breakfast this morning, and it was a lot to think about. John Trainer from People's Bank basically spelled out the economy for Fairfield and reminded all of us that we are in a recession, that we did have, our property taxes reevaluated, our assessments of our homes. And it got me thinking even more about some of the questions we've been asking. And I'm sure that will kind of explain some of my thinking tonight. If anybody who knows me knows that I am pro-education, I work in education, but we're going to have a tough year ahead. He said a lot of things this morning that made it sound like it was worse than 2008. So I just want to keep that in mind for everybody.
Okay. I'm sorry that we did not get to share in that discussion, Ms. Picco. I can't really address what was said being that I wasn't there. Mr. Asa?
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Ms. Pitko said as far as the thanks. Thank you to Mr. Cummings and all of your staff. I think you did a tremendous job in answering our questions. When I look at this budget, I look at a $10 million increase, and I have to weigh my statutory duty as a Board of Ed member, which spells out making sure that we approve a reasonable budget that meets fair and equitable needs of our students. I think every year we far exceed that bare minimum requirement. And I don't believe that we need to put forth a $10 million increase in the middle of an economic crisis. And I don't think that that's abdicating my duty as a board member. I think it's in the flip of that. I think I have a duty as a board member to put forth a reasonable budget. And while I would love to fund, every initiative under the sun, I am also a taxpayer and a parent and everything. And I need to look at the fact that our budget comprises almost 70% of the town budget. And in a year when our citizens are facing joblessness, struggling with paying their bills, with seniors on fixed incomes having to pay taxes, and a revaluation that I think a lot of people are forgetting, in not at this board meeting, but in general, that there are a lot of people in our town that are going to be facing significant tax increases on their property, regardless of what the mill rate goes up. And in that vein, unfortunately tonight, I don't see how I can support a budget that doesn't attack structural change that we're looking for. We're not willing to, keep PPE spending at or close to what we're doing now. I understand the arguments made against my motion on the English teachers, but we haven't done enough. We haven't done enough looking at where we can make efficiencies. And in my opinion, that is going to weigh into my vote tonight.
Ms. Guernsey?
Yes, I just want to thank everyone who is a part of this process. This is my first time going through it, and I just, sitting at, I guess I was going to say this table, but sitting where I'm sitting now, I'm so grateful for the level of questioning. The questions that were asked by this board were so thoughtful and so deep, and I feel really good. I'm disappointed about the art segment not being fully funded. But I'm really proud of the work that we've done here together, and I would love to see this budget pass. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
Hi, thank you, Jeff Peterson. I really want to echo everything that's been said already, especially Mrs. Guernsey's point about kind of what a large responsibility this is, and I think we as a board always do a very good job coming at it from 9 different perspectives, asking questions from a wide wide array of angles. We've uncovered a lot of detail about the budget, and there's probably no more important year in the time that I've been on the board where that's been necessary. As Mr. Asa said and as Ms. Picco said, we're in the throes of an economic crisis. I'm hopeful that we may be slowly moving our way out. But as a lot of you know, I'm a financial journalist. I live this kind of every day on the front lines of what the news is, and I am not optimistic that we are going to have a quick recovery from this. In fact, I was reading an article not that long ago, a study from UConn saying that the economic scarring from the coronavirus in Connecticut is unlikely to be healed until 2030. We're dealing with an 8% unemployment rate, which is not too bad, but there's also a lot of people who have dropped out of the labor force. And while federal and state benefits so far have served as a bit of a bridge, I don't know how much more damage there will be, but I'm fairly confident that there will be more damage. And in that context, I think members at this table offered additional ideas for structural change and for real cuts that I would have hoped would have passed. I understand the objections to them. I understand I'm not going to hold anyone. I'm not going to be angry at anybody. I would have been in favor of those. And I also fear that given the economic climate, we may be having these discussions again as the spring continues. So I will reluctantly, for the first time, be voting against a budget this year. Thank you.
Ms. Bertelli, before I get to you, can I just have a motion to extend the meeting? It's 10:50 right now. Mrs. Gerber, followed by Mr. Peterson. I'm not going to set a time limit because we just need to get this done. Ms. Bertelli.
Thank you. I'm basically just going to repeat everything everybody just said. I do want to thank everybody for their questions. Like Ms. Green said, you know, overwhelming amount of work that goes into this. I find it incredibly helpful to read everybody's questions and all the different perspectives we come from when we're looking at the budget. So thank you to all my fellow board members for that. And I just echo what Trish, Nick, and Jeff have said about our economic climate right now, and very well aware that our budget is, you know, the driver for the town, and knowing that our residents have this reassessment, and some of them are going to get very large increases already this year. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but I find myself in a position to not be able to support this budget.
Any other comments? I will say that I would have supported the superintendent's proposed budget as presented. The reductions that I voted in support of tonight were done so with a appreciation that we are still in the middle of a pandemic and there is some financial uncertainty. So I'm disheartened that the actions taken by those of us who made reductions, that we, you know, were not seen as a give to some extent. They were hard to make. Ms. Guernsey, I'm looking at you. It was hard to make the decision to reduce art. It really was, but I'm listening to my fellow board members about trying to make hard financial choices. That was a hard financial choice. I tried to balance it. I'm disheartened to hear that this budget is not going to potentially get the full support of this board, considering the discussions that we've had and the time that we've put in and the collaborative spirit which we've been working in approaching this budget over the last 3 weeks. But I respect where you're each coming from right now. Ms. Munsell, can I have the final number just for the motion of where we are for the amount for the motion?
I think you asked for the total reduction.
Yeah, because I'm going to be doing the Board of Education approve an operating budget in the amount of, what is the new total?
194,084,220.
$84,000.
Ms. Munzel, is that 232,224 of a reduction?
Yes.
So 194,840,222.
194,084,220.
Wait, 084,220. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it to the board for a vote that the Board of Education approve an operating budget in the amount of $194,084,220. Can I have a motion? Ms. Jacobson, second. Mrs. Gerber? What?
We already had the motion. Is it what starts the discussion?
This is the original motion as amended.
Original motion as amended, and that's this is the number that we're at.
Correct.
Yes. So original motion as amended. So back on the table, Ms. Jacobson, seconded by Mrs. Gerber, all in favor?
But
right?
we don't need to make another motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All in favor? Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Guernsey, Mrs. Gerber, Mrs. Vitale. All opposed? Ms. Ritelli, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Pitko, Mr. Asa. Abstentions? Mrs. Maxincanelli. So
it fails.
Motion fails. I really don't know what to say after all of that. I guess that we are going to start all over again. Can I have a motion to put the Board of Education approve an operating budget in the amount as of 194 million, well, 84,220 back on the table for discussion. Mrs. Gerber, seconded by Mrs. Jacobson. All in favor?
Wait, we're voting for the budget?
We're voting to put it back on the agenda. Ms. Jacobson?
Can you, I apologize for interrupting, but point of clarification here, if there's such a thing. Could you please discuss procedurally what's happening? I understand a budget fails. We have no option. We have to have a budget by the end of the evening or by tomorrow, however this gets delivered. But procedurally, what is happening now?
I'm going to put the motion back on the table as the last put it back on the table for discussion again. We voted, it failed. So a motion to add this item back to the agenda for discussion till we get to a point where we can put forward a budget. So can I have a motion to add? I'm going to go with the number we landed on.
Christine, I don't think you need to add an item to the agenda. The budget is already the agenda item.
So I guess we just open it back up for discussion.
Yeah.
So we'll open it back up. Thank you, Ms. Jacobson.
Yes, it's okay.
Open it back up for discussion.
Can I request a 5-minute recess?
So I'll second that. All in favor of a recess? Thank you. We are in recess. And so can I have a motion just to bring us back into session? Ms. Jacobson, seconded by Mrs. Gerber. All in favor? Just bring us back. Okay, we are back. We will wait for Mr. Asa and Mrs. Max Canelli, who should be hopefully joining us shortly. For those members of the public, welcome to the Board of Ed show. I know it hasn't been this exciting in a while. You never know what to expect. Mr. Peterson, do you ever recall this happening in the history of Fairfield?
Memory of anything like this, so
You're our board historian.
we're pioneers, right?
You know what? These are uncharted territories, so we'll just come back to the table to discuss and see we worked through it this far, and I have no doubt that we'll get this done, hopefully sooner rather than later. I apologize to the staff that must be exhausted. If any of you need to sign off for little cat naps, Ms. Pitko?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but during our break, I can't see any of your videos, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
I can only see me. It's like literally not showing anyone's video.
Okay. Mr. Ace is back. We're just waiting for Ms. Max Canelli.
Yeah, I can see everybody, Trish,
Okay.
so it might be a technical issue on your end.
Yeah, it's saying something about bandwidth.
Well, that would not be good to start losing people after that.
Good old Optimum. I think we're all back now, Christine.
Okay. All right, we are all back. The motion failed, so it is still on the table for discussion. Mrs. Max Canelli, would you have anything to share about your abstention with the board that maybe we could see to sway you one way or the other to move this budget forward?
Well, I have a feeling there's only one direction you want to sway me in, just for the point of moving forward. But yeah, I will say that while over the past weeks, obviously I knew the feelings of some of my fellow board members based in discussions, but to actually hear one after another say they're not going to support the Board of Education budget, and actually hear them say that, did in fact take me by surprise. Because to think that that will then turn around and these same people will fulfill their statutory obligation to advocate for this budget in a meaningful, thoughtful, credible way is, to me, not to be believed. That's part of what prompted my abstention. And then also the thought that genuinely, and I do mean this, that if there was some other step that we haven't thought of that we could take that would earn their support, I would be interested in hearing it. I think we have been very proud of ourselves that as a board, we have been unanimous, and we are not sheep. Anyone who really has watched us would never say that. We say what we think, we fight for what we believe, we all believe in advocating for children, and if my Republican counterparts have something to offer that would help them to support this budget, that's what I would like to hear. Because and maybe I'm wrong, but I find it hard to believe that if only they had gotten the per pupil allocation and 6 English teachers cut, that then this budget would have been hunky-dory fine and let's go. And so I guess I'd like to hear from them about this education budget, not the state of the town. We do not decide what the town can afford. No one has said, well, if we bring in this kind of a budget, it will impact the mill rate this way and cost taxpayers this much. No one has done that analysis. We are not charged with that. We have 9 extremely capable Board of Finance members who will do that. And so is it just and I don't believe this is the case, so please know that with the tone I'm about, I don't believe this, but this is, well, we didn't get our way on English teachers and per pupil, so therefore we vote against it. And if it's not that, then what would it have taken so that we could be a united body of 9 and look to the town and say, we know it's going to be hard, but this is a budget that's worth fighting for. And I need to hear, what would it have taken? Because some of the things that a few of you have asked for, I 100% believe in. The idea of meaningfully engaging in the discussion of structural change. I 100% agree with that. And there's a way to do it. Not at the board table, not on the back of a napkin as we saw a few years ago, but thoughtfully. And so I guess I just need to hear this education budget and being able to support it to the other town bodies, to our parents, because we are going to come out of COVID. We are going back to school full time. I'm saying it now. In September, we are going back. We are moving forward. We have children's needs to address. We have curricula to deliver and SRBI interventions to help students get up to speed and engage in this education meaningfully and grow as people and as learners. What would it have taken to get those who don't want to support this budget to vote for it? Because if it's something we can work out right now, I think that's worth the time so that we can be a united body of 9.
Mr. Asa, I'm going to start with you, being that you and I have spent a lot of time working on this budget. So if you want to give any response to that, if not.
First, I would just like to say procedurally, I'm wondering if Mrs. Maxon Kennelly could make a motion to reconsider so we can actually procedurally properly talk about this, because since the motion failed, Mrs. Gerber can maybe confirm, but I think we actually do have to make a motion to reconsider. So if Mrs. Maxon Kennelly is willing to make that, I can second it and then make a comment.
I'm happy to make that motion.
And I will second it. We need to vote.
All in favor? Okay, motion carries. It's being reconsidered. Continue the discussion. Mr. Issa, thank you for that.
I think I pretty much articulated my thoughts at the end. It really comes down to structural change, and in this instance, structural change that includes a reduction in a significant amount. And, you know, when I say, you know, I had two motions that failed, you know, that were worth, you know, almost $800,000. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for structural change and numbers like that, because I think that's the only way that long term we can get back on the right track and start to make these changes. So my motion failed. And I don't expect you to have, you know, answers or alternatives to those motions to come up with another way of structural change that saves us those kind of dollar amounts. So that's where I'm at.
Before we get too far down this road, I would just like to remind everybody that that $2.5 million of that 10 million was deliberate. That's the hole. Let's not forget about that hole. Decisions that we made, this board, school administration, we had surplus funds in our budget last year that we saw from having to close buildings during COVID. That money was in our budget. Arguably, there are things that we could have expended that money on during that fiscal year, so we would not have had a surplus, but we appreciated the effect of the pandemic at that time. And we worked collaboratively with the Board of Finance and the RTM to identify savings that we could move forward. The Board of Finance recognized the needs of the school district, put that $1.5 million, they cut us $1.5 million, and then they worked with us to create a non-lapsing account to capture those funds. Those were education dollars. That was not new money to move it forward. So as we talk about $10 million, in terms of new money, it's really 7.5. And I think that seemed to get lost in the discussion a little bit for us, because we know that, but moving it forward, I think it's important to just kind of point that out again.
And just to continue, if you,
and it's
I you know, I appreciate that. I appreciate the explanation, and that's not lost on me. And I'm not looking for $2.5 million in cuts. I'm very well aware of getting ourselves back to baseline. And if my motions had passed, I would still be advocating for an $8-point-something million increase. So I don't want people to think that I'm out there just to swipe it all away. But for me, I have a level of comfort that I think we can move to the next town bodies and let them do their jobs. But I did not feel that the number where we're at, or even close to where we're at right now, is a reasonable, per the statute, a reasonable budget.
Ms. Jacobson?
Yes, through you, Chair, to Mr. Ace's point. Maybe you could help clarify something for me. When you use the term structural change, can you define what that means? And just so that we have a common language here of what you're thinking when you use that language?
Yeah, I'm not talking about brick and mortar. I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about, you know, our facility utilization. If you want to talk brick and mortar, fine. Some people think structural change is just that. I'm looking at the structure of our organization. I'm looking at, do we have FTEs that we can collapse and slightly increase some class sizes. I'm looking at efficiencies that we can be looking for. I mean, I'm looking not to, in a economic crisis, add $174,000 back into per pupil expenditures. I understand what you guys said about that. And maybe if somebody had wanted to make an amendment that I could have lived with less of a reduction. I'm not unreasonable. But structural changes, I don't know how else to explain it. It's what it is. It's the structure of our school system. It's the structure of our Fairfield public school system. It's inclusive of from our central office staff to our secretarial staff to our teaching staff. I want to look at everything from the top to the bottom. And yes, to Mrs. Maxon Kennelly's point earlier in the evening, yes, I do think this is something that will be on the list for the Finance Committee. I think that it will be worthwhile, as Mr. Peterson has said, as the chair of the Finance Committee, to look at the audit that was done on us, 10 years ago, and look back at some of those things and see if there's anything that we can revisit. There's a lot of areas, but I'm not going to go into more than that because I've said what I had to say.
Okay. I mean, so in a nutshell, structural change means reduction.
Structural change means finding efficiencies and structuring our system, which hopefully comes along with a cost savings so that we can take that money and put it to other areas that needs. I'm not all about just cutting, but maybe we can find areas for efficiencies and reduce some of it and take some of it and put it somewhere else. But it's discussions we have to be had. We have been told for the past, I've been on the board, this is what, my third or fourth budget, right? And we go before the other town bodies and they don't just sit, for the most part, we've gotten through pretty well. There's been reductions and then, there's some disagreements on what they think we should do and what we think we should do. But ultimately, they've been telling us for years now, that we need to look at our system. We need to look at our structure. And I feel that we sort of started to do that a year and a half ago, and COVID hit, and that is a legit derailment of a lot of that work. We were looking at building use efficiency. We were looking at programs. We were going to start doing our district improvement plan. That all got halted, yes, but it doesn't mean that it just gets put on a shelf.
Mrs. Gerber, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. I mean, obviously, we've heard the term structural change many times. I've heard it many times in my 10 years as a board member, and I don't think tonight is necessarily the time to have that discussion in the middle of the budget vote. But I would say one thing Mr. Asa said that I'm curious about. He did mention that if perhaps an amendment had been made to change the allocation, that could have swayed, and I'm not clear, would that have swayed his vote, I guess through the chair to Mr. Asa, if that had passed or passed at a smaller number, would that have changed your vote on the overall budget?
With the other things not passing, no. But what I'm saying is, if I don't know, maybe if it had, and then we looked at the other $550,000, and somebody was able to come up with another area that they felt was more appropriate than mine, and found a number or a number close to that. But what structural change comes down to is making tough decisions and delivering our program, our education, in a way that falls in line with what we can afford. And right now, I don't think we can afford a $9 million increase.
But I'm curious from Mr. Peterson, Ms. Fratelli, Ms. Picco, what dollar amount cut would have held you past this budget?
Mr. Peterson?
I want to say one thing first, through the chair, I guess, to Ms. Kennelly. I take extreme exception to the comment that we are not capable of advocating for things that this board votes for. Throughout my entire tenure on this board, I have been on the losing side of a bunch of votes. I've been on the winning side of a bunch of votes. When I leave the table and I talk to the other boards in this town, I take my ethical duties very seriously. Very seriously. I just needed to say that. Now, to her actual question, frankly, the way I see this is actually pretty simple. You know, Mike said earlier that this is a year where we start to fill up the hole. And frankly, I think the literal interpretation of what he said is true. I am in favor of increasing our budget this year. I see where the where the the things that we can't budge on, right? We're adding 2.9 million, an 11.25% increase for health insurance because we have to. Those are the kind of structural headwinds that this budget has been facing for years and that we are facing now. I thought Mr. Ace's ideas of additional cuts were excellent. And like he says, if you look at these numbers, if you take the $232,224 that we all agreed on in cuts and add the English and the per pupil expenditures, we're talking about a total of $957,057, which is less than 10% of the increase that Mike Cummings asked for. It's less than, we're giving him 90% of the increase of what he asked for. I don't think that that's an unreasonable stance to have. I don't think that's unreasonable at all considering the economic climate. So that's where I stand with that.
And Mr. Peterson, I do feel like to say, I do not for 1 second challenge your integrity. I know you would go out and work hard. I don't know how well it would be believed. I don't know how credible it is. And that's just my question. But I have no doubt whatsoever that you would do your damnedest to fight for the budget in front of other town bodies. So again, your answer is the same as Mr. Ace's. If those 2 cuts had happened, you would have supported the budget.
That's correct.
Ms. Rotelli, Ms. Pitko, do you have anything that you would like to add, and you do not need to? But I wanted to give you the floor. Thank you. Who was that? Bonnie?
Me?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
No, I just want to say that I don't think any of us need to be reminded about the whole, and I don't think any of us need to explain anything any further. I think we did that. We disagree. We vote the way we wanted to, and that's it. That's it.
Except it's not it. We have to pass a budget tonight. So it's not it. Otherwise, we'd all be in bed right now and we would have adjourned.
Well, okay. Are you gonna make, you made the motion to reconsider. Are you gonna reconsider?
We could have the dialogue, sure.
We are having the dialogue right now, Mrs. Maxine Kennelly, and
yeah,
maybe if some of these feelings were shared before the vote, we would have had we wouldn't have had to spend whatever we spent trying to, reset, I guess the word is. Ms. Jacobson?
I have a question. So I'm not a member of the Finance Committee, and I know there's been ongoing meetings. So I just want to know from Mr. Peterson, Mr. Issa, and Ms. Vitale, who do serve on that committee, were all of these cuts discussed in those meetings ahead of time before this budget with Mr. Cummings and staff in terms of its implications prior to this evening, so that we would have an understanding of the structural change of those items? Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Just to answer that question, as the current chair, I've been chair for exactly 1 meeting. No, they were not discussed. In fact, our last meeting on January the 6th, we saw merely the top line budget number, but nothing beyond that.
I mean, Ms. Jacobson, the Finance Committee, Mr. Peterson, as he said, has been chair for one meeting. Our focus was really talking about the waterfall and getting ready for the work that needed to be done around the capital planning. We respect that based on feedback from this board, the Finance Committee does not make those type of decisions. We appreciate that the dialogue about where cuts potentially would come from would happen with the full board as part of our budget discussions, which is what we've been doing the last 2 weeks. Mr. Peterson?
All right, just to kind of add one piece. I submitted an agenda for our next week's Finance and Budget Committee meeting, which hopefully will be going out in the Friday packet tomorrow. And one of the things that I put on there as a business item is a post-mortem of the board's adoption of the budget. To see, my thought was to see what ways we could have been more efficient, what ways we could have, what hurdles we had to jump and what roadblocks we hit along the way. Because I think that talking about this process and how to make it better is an important long-term investment. And I wrote down, Mrs. Kennelly, mentioned something that we could bring up and I wrote it down. I wrote it down as a thing that I could bring up and put on as a future item. I am more than happy to use that to kind of spearhead discussions about future structural change. That's kind of one of the reasons that I thought it would be an interesting committee to join. To do some legwork before we bring broader ideas to the big board. But that's a longer term process. And my anticipation was if these cuts didn't make it through, the cuts that I, along with some of my colleagues supported didn't make it through, then maybe we could bring them up at that level and revisit them in some manner that would be more palatable to the full board. So, I mean, no matter what happens, I don't think that any of these discussions are done. I do think that structural change is a long-term process that we need to commit to rather than just give lip service to.
Any other comments about this? Mrs. Maxinelli, are you reconsidering your vote?
Not yet. And I was writing down a few thoughts as people were talking, and here's my takeaway to my fellow 4 Republicans. You supported the teacher contract. You have supported every contract which has formed the staff salary and benefits increase in this budget. You have supported all of the curricula, which comes with all of those expenses of books and texts and professional development and instructional manual and everything. Contracts, curricula. You've supported the buildings. You've supported the district enhancements that came with the district improvement plan. You've supported the properties. Every step of the way, you have given the district the go-ahead to pursue those things which come with a price tag. All of it. And now you say, we've given you the go-ahead to pursue those things for years. And now with no discussion, because this process, first of all, I hope Mr. Asa knows, I think everybody on the board is very keenly interested in the conversation that Mr. Peterson is going to lead in that finance committee. That's, I think, outstanding. And it needs to be thoughtful, and it needs to be strategic. And most importantly, the first question anybody on this board is going to ask is, how is it vetted by the stakeholders?
Mrs. Massacanelli?
No. If you want me to reconsider anything, I'm going to finish these comments. But we have people on this board who, again, so now I'll repeat myself, supported contracts, curricula, buildings, district enhancements, properties. And now they want structural change, which we agree with, which needs to be thoughtful, strategic, and vetted by stakeholders, none of which the slash and burn of tonight represented. I do not think that the per pupil expenditure counts as a slash and burn. The English does. There's been no discussion with staff. There's been no nuance to this. Maybe if it were balanced among the high school, middle school, and the LAS in the elementary school, maybe there's something to that. I'm open to that discussion. Not the way it was done tonight, though. There's been no input. There's been no analysis of impact on curriculum. None of that. The numbers Mr. Cavanagh came in here with tonight were incredibly compelling. They hadn't even been considered before because the stakeholders were not conversed with. And so that leaves us with the budget number that we have tonight. And if what you want is 800,000, maybe we should take it from information management software. Maybe we should take it from a combination of instructional software and tech service contracts. If we wipe out our investment in STEAM and security, $800,000. How would anybody on this board feel if I made that motion right now? And I hope the reaction is you would all reject it out of hand as being the thoughtless, non-strategic slash and burn strategy that it is. And I think you need to understand that that's how that English department budget comes across, as a cut. Not that it doesn't come from a good place, but that this was a thoughtless way to do it. This is not how you make sure that your curriculum is done with fidelity. And so I am asking my fellow board members to reconsider their vote and to recognize that we as a board, 110%, commit to the exact structural change that you are talking about when it is done thoughtfully, strategically, and with the input of stakeholders. That's what I'm asking for.
Ms. Vitale, I would just like to ask that we can bring this to a vote. Unless there's other board members that want to make a comment outside of this dialogue.
I would just like to say that we have been discussing structural change. This is not a new idea, and that the Finance Committee, in part, was created to address the issue of structural change. Some of the changes that we made in terms of committee liaison assignments were made with that in mind. Bringing Mr. Peterson onto the Finance Committee was a big driver that we thought that he would be the perfect person to lead these discussions moving forward. He's thoughtful, he's committed to this school district. I don't question that if this vote, that this board would support and advocate for this budget once it leaves this body, even though you voted against it. So I just want to say that as chair, that I respect that you have a right to your vote, just as I have a right to my vote. I will bring it back to Mrs. Maxinelli.
Oh, Mrs. Gerber wanted to say something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Gerber, I didn't see your hand up.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I realized before I didn't say, and I'll be brief, but I did want to thank, especially now, considering the hour, Mr. Cummings and his staff for everything that you've done with this budget up to and including this evening. And I do just want to touch on something that Mrs. Maxinelli brought up. And I want to be very careful how I say this, because I certainly do not want anyone on this board to draw the wrong implications. But I am particularly sensitive to board members voting against a budget and then not supporting that budget afterwards. And I am not saying that the members of this board who have and may yet again vote against this budget will do that. But it does concern me, because I know that from other votes, for instance, the teacher's contract a few years ago, that did not, that those who voted against that were perceived to, it was used as a way to make an excuse for others to vote against it. So I do sincerely hope that if hopefully this passes, and it doesn't pass unanimously, though I would love for it to pass unanimously, but if it passes 5-4 along party lines, I sincerely hope that the 9 of us can join together to support this budget as it works for the other town bodies. Because even if it had been reduced by $800,000, I mean, I fail to see the difference between a $9 million increase and a $10 million increase. They're both very large, and those who have concerns about a $10 million increase will be just as concerned about a $9 million one. So I do just hope that we can all find a way after tonight to support the budget with all the other town bodies.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Gerber. We're going to take it to the board again for a vote.
I have one more question though, Mrs. Vitale. I put a proposal out there and didn't get a reaction. So since Mr. Ace's goal was 900, I do forget the number, like $950,000 in cuts. So I will ask Mr. Peterson, if I propose a motion right now of a $700,000 cut to information management software, would you support that and then support the budget?
I'm going to make a motion to call the question.
That's a shame.
The motion.
All in favor?
Coward.
Against?
To call the question?
Sorry, Jeff, we lost you.
Was the vote to call the question?
To call the question?
Yes.
I wanted to vote yes to call the question.
So who voted in favor? I'm sorry.
All in favor of, let's vote again. All in favor of calling the question? Mr. Asa, Mrs. Rotelli, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Picco.
Those against?
Motion fails.
So I go ahead.
Mr. Peterson, do you want to answer that question? You're under no obligation to.
I understand. No, I would ask the question through the chair to Mrs. Kennelly. Were you the one who said the word coward, and was that directed at me?
It was incredibly rude and inappropriate. It was directed at Mr. Asa, and I publicly apologize for that comment.
To give a brief answer to your question, I would say that I have been in discussions with Mr. Asa for several days about his proposal. I considered it from several different angles. I thought it was well thought out. I thought it was a sacrifice that would help other parts of the budget. And that's why I supported it. I think I would not at all characterize it as just a random cut to a random area. That was not what I took from my discussion with Mr. Asa, and I don't know that Mr. Asa wanted the board to take that characterization away from what he said, but I'll let him discuss that.
When did you involve, if you've been talking about this for weeks, when did you involve staff?
As I said, I've been discussing with Mr. Asa.
Thank you.
Mrs. Mexicanelli, it's very late, and I think that board members have shared where they are right now. I would hope that we would not start opening up this book and just starting making haphazard reductions after the amount of time and effort and thoughtfulness that went into the work that we've done over the last 2 weeks. I think that would be irresponsible. I think that we've had a lot of collaboration in terms of where we got to, the reductions that we made today. Obviously, I share some of your concerns about some of the proposals that were made, which is why I voted against them. I think that we've kind of talked this through right now. I hope that I appreciate your advocacy for this budget, Mrs. Mexicanelli, and wanting us to be a united front around it. I think that's important. I hope my fellow board members that we will unite and advocate for this budget for all of the good that we know that it's going to do for our students, for our staff, for our teachers, for our administrators. And really, it's kind of ironic because this budget was put forward to make us whole. And here we are at the end of it, divided, which, something that we're also going to have to do a post-mortem on, and where we go from here on that, given the amount of work that we put into it. But we'll take it to the board.
Okay. All right, so then I will, as my final word, Mrs. Vitale, I will say this. I can't be a hypocrite, given that I too supported these contracts. I too supported every single one of these curricula. I supported the buildings. I supported the district enhancements. I supported the properties. And I absolutely support thoughtful, strategic involvement of stakeholders in structural change. I will be voting in support of this budget. It's a budget that needs work, but it's a very good effort at this point, representing not the wants, but absolutely the needs of this district as can be best analyzed at this point in time. And I genuinely hope, given all of the investment that we as a board and this staff have made, that the 4 people who voted against it, as a gesture to join me, will consider voting in support of this budget.
Okay. We're going to go back to the board. Adoption of the recommended budget for 2021-2022 fiscal year. Just waive the reading of it. Non-consent for that. Thank you. All in favor? Mrs. Maxicanelli, Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Guernsey, Ms. Gerber, Mrs. Vitale. All opposed? Mr. Peterson, Mr. Asa, Ms. Rotelli, Ms. Pitko. Motion carries 5-4. Thank you all for that robust discussion. Moving on to the quarterly financial report, Ms. Mansell.
I think this will be the briefest report you've ever seen. In the interest of time, these numbers are the same numbers that were in the budget book. And in many ways, we discussed just about every topic on here. I'll just say that I did note in my written report that there's an error. There was miscommunication in instructional services. So without that incorrect number in there, basically the projection would be the same. I'll just leave it at that and just open it up to questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Mansell? Mr. Peterson?
Fine with Ms. Mansell. If we have questions after this meeting, I'm sure we can contact you directly.
Absolutely.
Then I have no questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Questions? Seeing none. Approval of minutes. Recommend a motion the Board of Education approve the minutes from 1/6/2020 special meeting, 1/12/2021 regular meeting, 1/19/2020 7:30 special meeting. I have a motion. Mrs. Gerber, seconded by Mr. Peterson. All in favor of the minute, approving the minutes. Motion carries 9-0. Superintendent's report. Given the hour, Mr. Cummings, you don't just anything, briefly that you could tell us about reopening. How's it going with the elementary schools?
Yes, I will be very brief. I'll give a quick update on the reopening. We are looking at a couple of issues around the reopening and the going to the 9-to-1 schedule in the elementary. Immediate issues. One of them is there are concerns with the barriers and their interference with the instruction. So we'll be looking at that. We're just reviewing their use. And we'll be talking about that with the health department next week. Also, we're meeting with the health department next week to talk about needs going forward with lunch. And also, there's been questions starting to come now that we're at least practicing for winter sports. the resumption of other before and after school activities, what can be done about that? We're still holding off on a decision. We are scheduling games for winter sports, but we're holding off on a decision to whether go ahead and play those games. The season starts on February 8th again until after we meet with the health department. With the information we get from them about lunch, we will finalize plans at the building level on bringing students back for the full day and what lunch might look like. And we're looking at a couple of scenarios, whether it's going to be 3 feet or 6 feet and the role of the barriers and that. So those are all things happening now and continuing next week. And we'll be able to provide an update to reopening committee on the 8th. And that's what I have right now.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobson?
Just to clarify, Mr. Cummings, thank you for the update. When you were talking about the lunch and coming back, was that all levels or just the elementary were you referring to?
We're going to be working with the administrators at all levels.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cummings? Seeing none. Committee liaison reports. Seeing none. Open board comment.
Hold on, Christine. Trish had her hand up for open board comment.
I'm sorry, Trish. Go ahead.
Hi, Trisha Picco. I was not able to make it to the PTA council meeting last Monday because I was ill, but Mr. Cummings and Mrs. Vitale made it in my place, and I believe you gave an update on the budget. I did attend the last CES meeting. Sorry, I just have to find my notes. Buried in all the budget stuff. So they have a bunch of programs that they're running out of there right now. Because all teachers and grades, I believe K through 3, have to take the Foundations of Reading test, they are offering refresher courses. It's being held at Sacred Heart University, help them to review, I guess this is new Connecticut state requirement. I believe I already told the board, Tom Mooney is helping CES to draft practices for equity employment. They are working with Esther Bobwick on diversity and legislation, and also to teach teachers on coding with code.org. There is a new grant for the next 4 years through code.org for science courses in K through 8 to help teachers write lessons, build STEM culture. I also noticed on Twitter today that Fairfield was recognized for advancing women in STEM and equity. So I just wanted to praise our district for that. And the principal for the RCA is retiring, Mr. Mark Ribbons. He's retiring in June, and so they're looking for a new principal.
Thank you, Ms. Pickup. Ms. Guernsey?
Sorry, this is a report from the reopening committee, and Mr. Cummings already covered the bulk of it, but I just wanted to let you know that the next meeting will be on February 8th, and the reopening committee document is available for editing and comments through February 1st, and we'll be focusing on that document at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other committee reports? Seeing none, open board comment. Just want to say once again to staff, thank you. Public comment, if anyone is still listening, you can submit your public comment via the public comment email address, publiccomment@fairfieldpublicschools.org, or the form that is posted with the agenda. And with that, a motion to adjourn. Mrs. Gerber, seconded by Ms. Guernsey, all in favor. We are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Get some sleep.
Right.
Good morning.